Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are currently loading into our Brandenburg save, where we are going to become emperor or stay an elector trying. So here's the current state of progress. Got quite a nice chunk of territory ourselves. Not full pedal to the metal kind of approach right now. Here's our diplomacy. Antagonism situation I think we're super cushy on. But we basically can only fight Poland. And that's because the Emperor just immediately revokes on, or not revokes, he immediately ends our wars, and this is a little bit problematic. So becoming Emperor is, or has been, one of the subjects upon which we have been trying to engage in. But we are getting close at this point. We are 10 years out from being able to full bribe this guy, or these guys, just by sending them gifts. And then our own dynasty will be supported as emperor, because I do think that we are currently having to fight through the modifier for, let's see, not dynastic power, although we have less dynastic power, but there is a modifier for continued. Where is it? I don't have eyes. I know they're... Did they revoke that law? Did we change that law? Oh, maybe we changed that law. That law got changed. Maybe. Chat. The law was changed. Perhaps. Hey, Tythanol. When are we going to play Serbia? I was thinking maybe doing a starting steps as one of the Balkan nations. But also kind of wanted to do one more Biz episode. I guess we formed Rome on Biz. And we got Hellenism. We didn't really get to show it off very much, though. So, greetings, Imtep. Peasant enfranchisement, a good modifier, bad or situational? It is a... I haven't done the math on it modifier. But... So, it's a thing where... you are going to like peasant enfranchisement if you can tax the peasants more than the nobles, and the reverse if the opposite is true. So I think it's good. However, satisfaction is a thing. Yeah. And we could intentionally tax the commoners less, especially if we have really low peasant enfranchisement. Unless I'm not understanding peasant enfranchisement as it works as a mechanic, but I think that I am. But it probably just depends on who you're taxing more. But there was, before release, like in the April version of the game from last April, you basically like didn't get very much taxes from... You didn't get very many taxes from the peasants at all. You basically got nothing. It was almost all from the nobles because it was proportional to power. And as you can see here, that's not a lot of power. And so you would just zero tax the peasants always and forever. Have you formed Carthage yet? Not yet. Do you know if they expand bureaucracies to other empires down the line? Yes, they will. I think they already teased it in some of their upcoming thing. They have, like, general bureaucracies. I think that this guy we had flipped, or we're planning on flipping off of Danish. Do we have access to that now? Let's check our subject actions. Enable scootage? No. Offer to become their Pernoi is kind of a funny one. Alright, but we don't see it. Oh, we can annex Lower Bavaria now. Currently trying to annex Upper Bavaria. It takes forever. Hey, Yankees fan, long time no see. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the membership. Much appreciated. Have you formed Ethiopia yet? That would be such a meme. Start as Brandenburg, form Ethiopia. We have on a different run. Pretty sure if each subject is just objectively better in 1.2. Objectively better. Why do we think that it's objectively better? Because the peasant enfranchisement? I don't know about that. We will get more satisfaction on the peasants. See the... I'm not saying I think it's wrong, I'm saying I don't know. An additional source of fortification maintenance is kind of a big deal. If you go defensive now, and you go the law, you go rural noble authority, and you go that, you'll get minus 60% fortification maintenance. Just base. And if you could stack enough minus fortification maintenance, they are actually net positive on economic stimulus. But also, I do think that one of the better urban rights, not urban rights, government reforms is the one that requires 50 plus serfdom. At least in the early phase of the game. I think as the game gets later, you get more crown power modifiers. This falls off quite a bit. Wait, did they nerf this? Wasn't it 50%? Did they nerf this to 33%? Hey Sync, how's it going? I have about 500 hours on the game, only playing Serbia, but with the new patch I don't see the point. Easier to go with Biz, since you get so much flavor and help from the game. Yeah, but which one's better is, like, not what we're trying to figure out here. Both are good, just pick either and push it to end. Also, you go serfdom aristocracy, you get the good reform for good crown power. Yeah, that one. Yeah. But it falls off. And there are some really good ones later. I actually would not be surprised. And another thing is that serfdom has to be, like, better by a decent margin. It can't just be slightly better, because not being able to hand out all these privileges is actually a significant cost. I would need to do math. I think I could bite on that argument, though. One thing, though, is the peasant enfranchisement. Actually, you know what? You have to keep in mind that the peasant enfranchisement is a capped modifier, if I recall correctly. This is on a map mode. What button did we put this on? I can't remember what button we put that on. But if I'm not mistaken, it caps at 100. And so here we get to have our cake and eat it too. So if you're getting max enfranchisement anyways, you would rather have serfdom. It also probably depends what area of the world you are to some extent too, because this raw materials output is going to have a varying value. Pop promotion is so strong. I wish there was a map mode for unpromoted pops. I don't think there is, though. Are we using prestige for anything? Maybe just cultural stuff. Alright. We do get enough to upgrade this to city. I think we're gonna go for it. We have a bunch of stuff on auto expand now anyways. And it's not really cranking through. Or we could do Stettin instead, actually. What do we think there? What do we got on RGOs? Lumber. Brandenburg, we have... I think we have better industries and more control here, so this is gonna go a little bit better. I think we'll just let pike and shot spread to us normally. Storp is getting integrated. I think it's the opposite. Compare your early game versus later. Free subject seems better than... there might be an undulation. It might be the case because pop promotions is really, really good incredibly early. But I think that by the time you get to pushing it, by the time you push free subjects up, like, because it's not, I don't think this is a priority. I don't think this is a rush. By the time you get it pushed up, you're kind of bridging that phase of the game a little bit anyway. Like, if you could choose which one to start on. Actually, I don't know. Because it takes a while to push it the other direction. What are we doing in dev? Do we have... where are our beats, dog? We just pick which one we want. Time to play some Aztec beats. Is 5K monthly income late in the 1600s good? Net or this? I don't know, who are you starting as? Also probably, I think I'm actually really bad at answering the is this good question as well. Because I mainly just see, chat would be better at answering that. Janador, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Chat would be better at answering that because chat probably sees more runs from different people. I kind of only see my runs. Did we already core that? We did. There's 7 provinces. Let's dev that too. And then here, I wish you could sort by, do they have a cabinet thing? I don't just remember off the top of my head if we have people with good cabinet traits, but let's pay a little bit of legitimacy here. Berthold? Yeah, sure. Food production? Nice. Any TLDRs for Removian Lithuania run? My first recommendation would be to flip Norse as quickly as possible, because it's still maybe the best religion in the game. Yeah, it's still probably go for Boho Gold, but I would open by flipping Norse, because you only have to conquer one province with one Norse pop to flip. I've seen other people's run, not gonna lie, I think you're the best at min-maxing everything, your economy is always crazy. Thank you, thank you. I just vibe, and then I just, like, do this. And this is the economy. Pay nothing for cost court. Alright, we're paying, though, this time. It feels bad, man. I mean, net income 27k is 17, 19 in Byzantium, but heavily varies who you're starting as. Yeah. Undulation is such a vocabulary. Thank you for culturing us non-native speakers to Google it. Well, it's like it's very rare for modifiers to like which one's best to like actually do that. So undulation is like when it like does something like this. And so usually a modifier is generally one modifier is always best. And then sometimes it's phasic, where one modifier starts out best and then you want to transition to the other. And then on very rare occasions in games it like undulates. When you have a binary choice between two things, where it's better early and then not as good later and then better late again. Do you think they will split centralization into new values? I think they should. It's kind of a low priority, in my opinion. But I think that, yeah, they should change it. It's reflecting something that's a little bit more complicated, I think. I don't know if we're ever going to annex this guy. Let's see. We still have... Okay. Just trying to remember what thing we would put opinion on. I guess we'll approve opinion with Frisia. Probably should have just generated favors instead. Dirty, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hungary is being a little hungry. We could accept the New World. We're gonna continue to let it spread. What's our market access in Berlin? It's 100%. No, that's our control. What's our market access? Can we not actually hover it and get like we really have to do this when we're in this map mode? So we can benefit from up to 10, so I guess, yeah, just add 9 of these. And then we'll eventually get max market access here in Berlin anyways. Strong capital versus decentralized rule and sovereignty versus federalization. I think there's, yeah, I think there's probably... I've seen someone do like a really comprehensive write-up on a split and why to do it in a particular way, and I thought it was really good. They're the only free ship, so I guess we'll do this. And these guys are kind of the bigger of these guys. In case we want to send them money to get the things. Are we done pushing plutocracy? Oh, we are. Okay. So I think we wanted to go humanist by the looks of it. Looks like we are also going cap economy. Looks like that was the plan. Do you have an intended megalopolis this run? Yeah, probably gonna try and put it in Berlin for the theminess. Primary reminder, take care of the merp spam by the AI. I think we can outmark the AI. But yeah, currently our military is, if I recall correctly, a little trapped. How are we doing on maritime? Decently. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Do I really not have... What is this? We're going to enable one of our mods. Because I don't like dealing with winter attrition on the boats. Because the way to micro the boats is just park one outside because the naval order doesn't really work correctly. And you end up just only dealing with that. You're so cool, Charles. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. I just, like, the perspective I look at it is, I sometimes think about this when I'm thinking about games just in general, is what percentage of time are you spending focusing on what? As like a metric of judging the game. And when you're dealing with winter Navy attrition, my perception was like maybe somewhere between 15 and 20% of your attention spent on just microing the Navy, particularly anytime the winter changes, this type of thing. And I actually completely think that that's like an unfun mechanic to just pay attention to. So by doing this, we're avoiding that. Are we getting free value? Absolutely. Do we feel bad about it? No. Because I just don't want to spend that, like, attention, like, microing the Navy in and out. Especially in the really far north, where it's more annoying. They should add elves and vampires to this game. Who's to say they haven't? Denmark Alliance is wild. They are like the only person we can expand into. And we could get alliances with a lot of different people. Let's ally Boho here, actually. Where our idea is we want to generate favors on them a little bit better. Which you generally do as allies. And then we'll be able to assimilate Czech a little bit better. Current heir. How much flat value do we have? Let's go with that. Reddish Phoenix, thank you for... Aren't they mostly red? Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Did flip that guy Brandenburgian. What's our plan to accept Danish? We could accept Danish. It's not Germanic. I think we'd rather convert it. And default towards accepting the others. Gonna turn those C tiles into A+ tiles. This guy gets it. Do you guys build villages? I do build villages. I actually think I've forgotten to do that a little bit this run. We also have, we're using the auto expand mod, which helps for building the villages. But specifically, you want to put one market village in all rural locations. Yeah, it looks like we've done it partially. And it's probably, yeah, some of the not very good ones are... have, yeah, stuff we want to urbanize, so we have made a pass at it. The other things we're going to urbanize. But you do it so that it gives potential burgers. And the potential burgers will give you the burger literacy bonus. So it ends up giving you like 10 to 20% development modifier. The farming villages are also solid. If the goal is to maximize food. But it's basically like one market village everywhere and then farming villages when you are doing food stuff. IRL, Ottomans were centralized? Yeah, Ottomans are maybe not represented too well. This patch kind of cucks the Ottomans because Biz is actually really strong. Thoughts on West Africa region? Enjoying Canal and Borneo? Mali was one of my favorite countries to play. So, I think I'm down with the... Are you asking in terms of power level? Power level, oh, we should actually be exploring a little bit. Power level, they suffer from large locations and awkward markets. It's mainly awkward markets, but the location sizes are really big. Startled me. Joe Pro, thank you for the 25 months. Much appreciated, my guy. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. A single one? Because one is all you need to unlock the literacy, and you don't actually want more than one. Because it's kind of not a very good building. But market access tends to get really bad very quickly. So you see Niani, and then we move over one, and every location you move over, you have to pay quite a bit in terms of market access. And this is an issue that's like not really resolvable because it's based on location size. Also, institutions spread really slowly when the location sizes are big. But it's also tropical, which hurts dev growth and starts with like really low dev. Where's tropical? It's both tropical and has jungle. And so you have challenges. There's not really good places to construct markets and like this type of stuff. So you have like some infrastructure issues, but you have like decent resources. You're like defended by Malaria effectively, and it's kind of a neat nation or a neat region to play in. And obviously you get a ton of gold. Thoughts on loud cars outside or Starland cars inside? Just drive through my window. Bro, why does it say we're weaker than them? I don't understand. I think we just like have the horsemen. Currently ineligible. Because we are a woman. And this guy is gonna be a while. God, I hate it when I'm an idiot. Hi, haven't been able to attend other streams. What's the plan for religion? Calvinist, with the majority Lutheran? Population like historical? I was thinking maybe just Lutheran. Could maybe do Calvinist. No other heresies present currently. Okay. I don't know why I stopped there. But I think we're gonna go for the book economy. Possible burgers in towns and cities. This modifier wasn't changed. Interesting. It's not scaling. They doubled burger power, but they halved how many burgers you get, but in a lot of places, but not here. I think the clergy ones may be the best. I think in either case, we're not going for it right away. Oh, we get a bunch more urban rights in the boroughs. I think we're into that. Already done roads, right? Yeah. This would be good for our subjects when we make them. I do think we want to start grabbing some... Let's do that. We might embrace New World after this. What is your priority on destroying estate buildings? I generally don't destroy the estate buildings. This is maybe something we could re-explore. Let's turn the temples back on. I think we opened with turning off the temples. Generally don't destroy the estate buildings though, because usually the amount of satisfaction hit you get is pretty obnoxious. I think if you were to micro it, though, where like you ask yourself or you tell yourself like, if I'm not using my estate satisfaction gain, I'm losing it type of thing. Especially if you go over the threshold where you start decaying down, it's probably worth it to delete a building here or there. But I think that the satisfactions, it's like not worth the satisfaction to manually delete. Why is the clergy best? It stimulates the economy slightly better than the or slightly worse than the other one, but generally it's harder to get max clergy satisfaction, and their satisfaction bonus is better than it is to get burger satisfaction. Like, so the efficiency of cabinet 10%, and the economic stimulus is a little bit smaller, but the efficiency of cabinet and the other thing I think maybe outweighs it. I'm not 100% on that, though. I think it's close. You could destroy their buttons for cash. Yeah, this gives a massive satisfaction penalty. I mean, I guess if you're hitting enough buildings, I still think it's like the logic's the same. Oh, you're saying we do it? Oh, sorry. Doing it to make money. Nobles have a really ass satisfaction bonus. Like, I don't know if I like doing that on the clergy, right? Because I actually like their satisfaction bonus. Burger's satisfaction bonus is decent. The thing is commoner's satisfaction uber informs your global satisfaction. Because you tend to have more commoners than other things, which informs prosperity, which informs development. So I wouldn't want to do it on the commoners. But maybe the nobles and the burghers, it's kind of okay. Let's actually get rid of this inflation. Clergy buildings aren't so bad either. Yeah, like some of the noble ones, like, don't even employ noble pops and don't create buy orders, and they just steal money from the nobles, or like one of the newer ones. Like, that's kind of a bad building, but like, not all the buildings are like uber bad. Some of the burger ones are like actively good. So oh, we could use this to go after Magdeburg, actually, and not actually go after Denmark. I think the month we get Stolp will make a lot of sense. God, don't automatically go on the ship, thanks. Unjustified war on the same religion. What? I don't think we have a positive opinion of them. Maybe they have a positive opinion of us. Why is this costing a stab? I know if we do this, it should increase the cost, right? Yeah. You can destroy like 100 buildings. If you can destroy 100, then it starts to change a little bit too. I played EU5 in months. Any exciting changes? Just a lot of like kind of smaller incremental improvements, more so than like a massive overhaul of anything. Right now, the community, generally speaking, is pretty upset over what, in my opinion, is like the lack of like forward progress. I think there's a lot of like 2 steps forward, 1 step back type changes. But I think the community right now is like spectacularly negative in a way that's like not appropriate. Another content creator said trade income was nerfed in 1.2. I think it was slightly nerfed. Just with how the calculation changed with maritime and the cost scaling. But it is spectacularly uber nerfed early on for naval trade because it requires you have maritime. But then once you establish the maritime presence, it's like actually pretty good. So, any truces? No. No truces. It's a vassal CB. If it's a vassals, it's glitched right now, I think it'll always apply the no CB penalty. That, honestly, isn't a terrible... Like, if that was WAD, that's actually not, like, a terrible design, I think. The vassal CB is, like, kind of OP. We could... I don't think we want to wait on our parliament. We're still getting the good CB here. I think it's better to go for it while we have the extra forts and while we have the other stuff. So we'll just take the hit. And we might have to mark up here. Let's slow things down a little bit. Let's get everything cored. Stolp. Stolp, why are you building on top of that? Let's get them out of danger. And merged with a bigger stack. do have to make sure we wait for morale these days. I think that's forest. You know they have something hiding around here somewhere. Where'd the stack go? Just snuck out in the middle of the night? Oh. Wow, they just punted. Interesting. Wish forming Rome didn't force you to move your capital from Constantinople, at least a choice. Yeah, I think a choice would probably be better. But like, to some extent, like, it's also like, if you want to play biz, you just like don't form Constantinople. I guess. Oh, massive food problem here. I think we actually should be able to supply it like that, yeah. No, guess not. Once we take it, we should be good? Yeah, we're good. We Gucci. Is this Mercs? It is. We definitely want one that has this age heavy cav, if possible. Orléans has heavy infantry. In Poland we do have the heavy units. Alright. Heavy cav, this 700 gold. We can try and get ourselves a bonus here. These are all over 10% still. I don't even think we'll need this much merc. We have 4. We'll just go 6. This guy mercs up the auxiliaries. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We should be able to hit him when he has lower morale, too. That should be really bad for him. Oh, we have lower morale. Womp womp. Still think it's bad for him. Yikes, we take— oh no, we get our fronts overloaded on one side. Not like this. I think this is still good for us. Yeah. God, that's so crazy how, like, impactful morale is now. God, that sucks. Oh, like, we didn't get stack wipe, but that's insane. Alright, how much? Oh, we got more mercs. Paradox community is too toxic. That, like, I don't know. Like, I honestly, like, almost streamed something else today, because, like, I just, like, didn't feel like having a bunch of people complain about the game. I don't know. It's like, I think, like, relative to, like, other development studios, like, Paradox, is, like, pretty good to players. But, like, you could always argue that, like, it can always be better or whatever, but... Alright, we're gonna try and catch these guys here. I'm gonna follow him. Let's do that. Oh, we actually don't need to take a ton off of Denmark. I thought the Vic 3 update was pretty fun, but when I saw the reviews, it was all negative, to each their own. The rollout was, like, bumpy, but, like, the... Super Gick, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. One of the issues is that some people, like, only play, like, the week of the patch when it comes out, and, like, for those people, I think that they had, like, a little bit of a rough time. A rough go of things. This should be good for us. We should be crashing? Yeah, we crashed. Cool. Cause, like, the week of was not the best. Do we want to go for their capital? I don't even think we want to take their capital. Not because it's bad, but because it's, like, unthemey. Or, like, I don't know, it's border gory. Maybe that's a stupid reason to not take their capital. We should just take it. Oh, God. We should just be taking their capital, I think. I think we want to full annex Magdeburg, though. Oh, Jesus. That, like, gives... I wonder if there's a better way to represent to the player, like, when there's, like, you're not, like, looking on the map, and that's, like, was actually, like, a huge battle for, like, war score, like, representing the player, if you don't have eyes on something, how you can represent something in a way that's, like, useful to them. We're not going to become emperor, I don't think. Let's grab this. But just, like, you have an incoming battle. Like this, like... What is that? Get stack wiped before we even, like, realize what's going on. That's so brutal. It's like all mercs? No, it's like all regulars. I didn't even see... Brother, what was he doing with this army? The hell? Oh, these are mercs. His others were regulars. Yeah, okay. That's maybe more like it. How much is this? 12... Okay, okay. Let's try... Someone did warn me about the Merc death stack. But the AI is more aggressive about it. Good. People don't like it, but like... That's how the AI should behave. Alright, Alright, paper stuff should auto-upgrade. Tell me there's no food for us to deposit? Wait, how are we not... Okay. So we have 5 units. Oh, holy shit, they added more. They have 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Oh boy. Was this from the latest patch? 29. Absolutely savage. Okay. I think we just take what we can then. I'm not sure we want to take the loans required to fight with that fat merc stack. And I think if we piece them out, fight them again in 10 years, they have to have acquired a fat amount of debt to hire this many mercs. So I think we could just, like, path of least resistance them. Almao into a full wipe, basically. Hey, that just means we don't have to pay maintenance on those mercs. This guy's gonna have to pay maintenance on the mercs. Always wipe your merc stack before piecing out. You guys think I'm small brain hour just because I got stack wiped? Talk about big brain hour. We're gonna go for round 2. We debated them into merking up, and then now that they have a bigger army than us and they're winning the war, we piece them out. It's called 5D chess. Maybe a stupid question. I loved EU4 for like 4,000 hours, but since 2024 I haven't had a gaming laptop. What would be a good laptop for around €200 to play EU5? Oh. RAM is semi-important. I think you want at least 32 gigs, but also I'm not like very good with a hardware guy. Looks like there's an auto-expand bug where Steam Workshop where it removes the some urban rights. Oh, there's a bug with the auto-expand mod? Womp womp. Is it possible to bribe their mercs? Now you're thinking. I think that even if we can bribe their mercs, we actually don't want to. For like 4K, we can bribe them all. I think we just want to peace out and tell them to eat shit. Have fun playing for those mercs, you idiots. Like, alright. Here's our subject. We have to make sure we don't take our subject's core. Talk about smell you later. Let's get on this side of things. We don't want our regulars to be trapped back here, so we're just gonna march them to... Once they're in Flensburg, then we just end the war. Alright. Then we're gonna get some stuff. Okay, not that much, I guess. Let's finish off the states. Keep the coalition from getting too big. Grab land that'll be valuable for us. Sound toll exemption is so expensive, but they decrease the price of it. So this will be a massive peace deal. It'll take forever for us to be able to declare another war here. But that's time for this to all decay down. This looks nice for us. I like it, gotta be careful now. Yeah. Sounds like the internet, being the internet on another day that ends with Y. Yeah, but it's not always like this for all games. Also, like, Vic 3 community is way more positive than EU5 community. Just in general. What else would you stream? Dominions or Victoria 3? What was the Vic 3 update? They added boats. The really big thing from the Vic 3 update is they added, like, a scaffolding mechanic for characters. And they don't really use it that much in this patch, but, like, it's gonna go so hard in later patches and mods and stuff like this. And so I'm very excited to see what they're cooking up and what they could do later with it. Let's maybe do this. Changes to integrated. Hell yeah, brother. We still might feed it to our subject. We'll switch this guy to integration as well. So integrate this and then this. Do we have enforced culture yet? No, we don't have our cooldown back yet. Maybe a stupid question. Oh, okay, we already answered that one. I feel like the Vic 3 community was very similar to the EU5 one was. Maybe I just didn't. I mean, like, close to release for Vic 3, I didn't hear much from them. But, like, honestly, it seems like. It seems like so, like, knee-jerk to some degree. Where, like, I was actually shocked how positive people were on EU5 on release. But then, like, this, like, narrative of, like, Paradox releases incomplete games, like, even if Paradox did release a complete game, I still think they'd, like, shit on them for exactly that. Just because, like, it's like, what is it, enlightened gamer, like, an enlightened gamer take is just, like, the cynical, like, oh, the corporation, like, whatever, you know, is, doing their soulless corporation thing, and it's like, okay, Paradox is a traded company, and they do make money. That much is true. I agree. But, like, we can compare these corporations, like, some to others, you know? And there's meaningful differences in these corporations. And, like, also, the company is distinct from Captain Planet. Wow, Captain Planet. That takes me back. I was, like, as a kid, I was, like, super sheltered. And, like, one of the better examples I have of this is I wasn't allowed to watch Captain Planet. Not like my entire childhood, but like specifically like preteen. Is it still an option to urbanize everywhere except valuable RGOs? Yeah, we're pretty urbanized here as it stands. Don't forget the widget update. You can now mod widgets in the JEs too. Yeah. With the negativity and arguing, maybe worse because of the war system. I feel like Vic 3 could, oh yeah. Well, like, Vic 3 at least was, like, consistent. I don't know, someone told me that, like, the way that they handled Vic 3 was also just, like, different. Where, like, they were much more aggressive about moderating dissenters, let's say. Let's go for that. And that. We do have a bunch of auto expands in, so, like, our money's getting spent. Anyways. Down to the Armored Horsemen. The modded community just made a framework for Vicky 2 style spheres. Using that, it's actually kind of insane. That's sick. My game crashes when forming the HRE. Terrible. Womp womp. EU5 on release was so rough. I heard someone, like, saying, like, the game was better on release, like, somewhat recently, and I'm just like... I don't know. Like, I disagree with that take, like, so hard. I think the game has, like... And a lot of the things people are complaining about... Now I'm starting to get worked up again. But a lot of the things people, like, complain about, like, it's not necessarily that I think they're wrong. It's just, like, people act like you, like... ate their firstborn child, like, in terms of, like, towards the devs, and it just, like, makes me feel bad for the devs. I think all of the things are fishing boats. Yeah, or one Hulk. So I don't like the exploit here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to split off the Hulk and let the Hulk repair, and then sink all these fishing boats. Because I think that you shouldn't, like, so you can upgrade the fishing boats. I think you shouldn't be able to. I think that's a really silly Billy one. Okay. And then the 10 stack. There we go. I'm 220 hours in the EU5 and I'm beginning to understand the game. It's incredibly satisfying. The game is worth every krona I spend. I'm happy to hear it. Like, it makes me happy. Like, also, like, the people who are enjoying the game, like, just in general on the, public discourse are, like, relatively, like, silent. And I'm just, like, I'm always happy to hear it. To some extent, I'm, like, mildly burnt out on the game, but, like, I also have, like, close to 3,000 hours now. Every ethnicity have its own technology perk. You can annex the entire world to get all those perks from all the ethnicities. In what game? As someone who's never played other EU games or similar games, I found EU5 enjoyable on release, even if it took many hours of watching YouTube videos to learn the game. Yeah, I think there's a learning curve, and, like, people can kind of, like, bounce off of it. I also think, like, once you're, like, past the 200, 300 hour mark, you start to, like, feel differently about the systems, or, like, this was my experience. Or you just, like, notice more issues, but, like... I don't know. How are we doing in the... Oh, we can't... We're ineligible to be voted on. Yeah. When should I start mass urbanizing? I mean, it's a lot of it has to do with how your economic opportunities are without the urbanization. If you have really good urban... When you urbanize, you often create opportunities. Either through the urbanization, or either through being able to build urban buildings, or the urbanization itself, providing pop promotions. If you already have opportunities, you don't need to create more, and so you don't like need to add stuff. So like if you have really profitable RGOs and stuff, it's not necessarily important. You should stop strengthening government. Why? It's making us make more money. Without it, we would have to... So, it is providing us 0.15. So let's do 0.16 here. So 12.92. It's making us 3 ducats. I guess maybe it's not worth. Do we think cabinet action's worth more than 3 ducats? When you have it in, you make more money. If we take this off, it will start making less money. But yeah, maybe we should integrate instead. So see 41.62. I think I'm okay doing it like that, yeah. It can end up making you a lot of money though. Like 10% more income for us is not like inconsequential. I think the better was better on release, better military balance, better integration. Playmaker in here, into the mix. I think values were better on release. That is one thing I think is better. I think the centralization change like was just like actively bad. Also, they tend to just nerf fun things like crazy, or control war score cost. Yeah, I think that they... I don't know, I think they're pulled in like 2 directions between like the simulationists and the like EU4 map painters, and like I think that this isn't what I want them to do, but I think it just makes more sense for them to just like give in to the map painters. But I think it's like a rock and a hard place. Like the community just wants different things, or different parts of the community. I think efficiency modifiers are bad for the game. They make modifiers feel useless. They could just give people huge ass modifiers though, and take away unique feeling of nations like Muscovy with crazy control. Well, I mean, nations feeling hyper unique is like... This is the thing, is like, you can have a stylized game or you can have a simulationist game. You can't do both. Like, you can't be trying to have like a high, you know what it... Like, if you have dwarves and dragons and elves and this type of stuff, is that good simulation? No, because dragons, dwarves, and elves don't exist. But is it stylized as hell? Yeah. And we could give, like, uber bonuses to, like, them that make them, like, feel really unique and this type of thing. And so, like, well, what type of game do we want to make? And you can't make a realistic game with elves and dwarves in it. You know what I mean? So this means that you're going to have to make a choice as to, like, what type of game you want to make. You know what I mean? I wish they would fix some of the crazy balance stuff. Well, I mean, here we have another... Well, yeah. Playmaker wants crazy balance stuff. Or I guess it depends. Like, I went Knights, Latin Empire, and the game feels Mega 1 by 1400. Yeah, I mean, like, Biz is kind of pushed. What was the Warfare like in the early patches? I think I liked Warfare before release the best, maybe. Or I think it was best balance before release, because, like, on release, they Omega buffed levies. But that's why Playmaker likes it, is because the AI, like, the AI kind of knows how to use levies. And levies were really strong on release. Specifically, cav levies were just absolutely insane. So France was like raid boss. But a week before release, they cut the amount of damage like that cav took in half. And I think that the levies were still good then, but I think that they could have just not done that change. We can't get away with this anyways, because we'll just get enforced on, so... Inside of you is two... Paradox has two separate groups. Inside of you is two wolves. One wolf wants the simulation, because you want to feel like you could have done history better yourself, and the other wolf wants stylization, because history blows. And dwarves and dragons are more interesting. Inside of you is two wolves. Regular slotted levies at a 1-to-20 ratio. Heavy cap spam the way to go. Yeah. Just sub to your Patreon. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. I don't post there very often, but thank you. Burdened Warrior. Paradox has two separate groups. They chose to make East Side perfectly unhappy. IMO just embrace one. Yeah, I mean, I think the EU4 community overwhelmingly seems like they want, like, something that's heavily stylized, and I think that, like, it just makes sense to give it to them. I think that that is entirely divergent from, like, what we saw at Tinto Talks. Like, the vibe of Tinto Talks was that they were going to make the most ambitious simulation ever. And giving France flamethrowers because they're the Fire Nation, like, or whatever. Well, actually, you know what? Biz actually gets flamethrowers. I forgot about this. They get flamethrower units. I forget if it's ships only, but, like... Could you not join a big MP game? It's a lot harder, and I think it'd be entertaining from the stream. I could. The thing is, I don't really like organizing. If you want to get Navy tradition and experience, I actually don't know how to push this super actively, but yeah, I think you would just start wars and try and fight navally a little bit more. I thought you already become Emperor. No, we said we wanted to become Emperor, and then we failed. It's not looking very good either, because we have, it depends on when people are dying, but we do have... This idiot is going to be in our next ruler. They definitely need to... We had our king die at, like, an inopportune... We had the Emperor die, and then our king die immediately afterwards, so... We both have a young, relatively young Emperor, and, are ineligible. If that Emperor croaks before this guy comes of age, I'm gonna be big sad. I think that we can, We're setting up to be able to bribe, though, is one of the things. And so we are keeping an eye on, if we can send people gifts. We also have an alliance with Bohemia, so we can generate more favors on them. So yeah, Mainz we still can't bribe. This guy we can't bribe. There's like two versions of bribes. Trier we can get more. Yeah, let's just send Trier the money, just in case we want it later or something. I don't know. We're doing that for favors. We need 50 favors. Avatar EU5 mod would go so hard. Who's the Water Nation? Who's the Fire Nation? Who's the Earth Nation? What are your thoughts on removing zone of control in the name of simulation? I'm for it. I think forts should just like slow stuff down and really negatively affect supply. And hard cut supply lines. Like you can't like draw a supply line through like it should be like a supply slash speed thing. But you should just be able to go past. I know they're failing both groups right now. It's like 0 civilian casualties in early modern warfare. It's interesting. I don't know too much about early modern warfare and its effect on civilian casualties, so it's hard for me to comment on that. But I think I kind of generally agree with the statement that their approach is to make both groups happy, and I think that there's a lot of changes you can make that will make both the groups happy, but like I think the game just has like a fundamental design vision, and that they need to kind of pick what they want it to be, if that makes sense. And like right now I feel like the can is getting kicked down the road. I think we'll maybe urbanize that so we can build some tools. This is kind of Stolp is in I think it is just a general rule of thumb. This area wants a market. Could make one in Stolp. I don't think we want to do that at this point, though, because things are just a little bit easier for us to handle if it's all in the one spot. Let's put the granaries on auto-expand at the very least, though, and get those started, which is going to eat into our kind of money here. But I think that we're spinning up an enormous amount of income, because we're starting to get into the book economy. So I think that we will be fine. Are we researching right now, right? Yeah. Fort should add additional attrition. I think I'd be okay with that. I want to be able to build an empire, but I also want the AI to actively challenge it. But currently the AI is awful on... If you turn up the aggression of the AI, that is a little bit... Give you like 20 more years to pass them up, because Bohemia and like France and stuff will blob really hard. Pre-release balance for military was so good, it worked really well, IMO. Where you get attrition for overstacking. Playmaker... I don't know. I think I disagree with you with the overstacking thing, because you also complained about that too. Like, it was really annoying to have to micro your brains out around the overstack attrition, and like you would end up like having wars where you're losing more guys to attrition than you are the enemy army, which actually maybe that's good from a simulation perspective, but like from a gameplay perspective that kind of like sucks butt. I don't know, man. I feel like you're... I feel like I remember you feeling different about it back then. Agent, Shalder? Thank you for the resub, much appreciated. Hello, hello. Agree on hard cut supply lines. I think they should just, force stack wipes. You can't retreat if you're past a fort. That's also maybe a way to handle it. Yeah, we're not accumulating money because we have too much auto expo stuff in here. Integration should be faster, but to apply stacking debuff to integration every time you do it within X amount of years, modified by advances. Seems overly complicated. For something I'm not sure is like increasing the simulation. Maybe though. Trade insurance scheme? 10% trade income is not terrible. I think we kind of like getting research for years, though. So let's actually pass this. That should be good. But yeah, also like people are so far apart on how fast they think integration should be. Like in my culture video, someone was complaining, like they were like, "Oh, 5 years is too slow," and I'm like, okay, like to core something, it should be under 5 years. And then some people are like, "Yeah, 100 years is too fast," and it's like, people have very different ideas what core means, or what they want from the game in terms of like the core and this type of stuff. I always thought zone of control was supposed to represent the threat of being encircled by the garrison, so they always have to siege it down. I think a big part of why, like, you can't just pass the forts is something that's difficult to represent in game. Speaking of, let's kind of delete some of these. Which is, as an army that's marching around, you're reliant on information. You get actually cut off from a lot of information when you can't have your scouts. Or like, I think scouting and information is much harder. Or that this was like one of the reasons to care about forts. And I don't think you can represent that in game very easily because you don't operate from the perspective of the army where your fog of war is like influenced by the scouting and the armies and this type of stuff. I didn't know better, I'd say they're whitewashing history. Players should be able to risk the zone of control. Yeah, people also get really mad though if they get like stack wiped. I think people have complained about the morale like causing lots of stack wipes, and maybe that's bad gameplay, but like I don't think it's necessarily unrealistic. I complained about it, they deleted it, I wanted them to just adjust it. That's fair. I think what I wanted was for them to like make the supply units actually good. And help to mitigate that. Did I want them to... What change did I want? I think you're right though. You were... Yeah, you... The change I wanted is I wanted it to dramatically, like if you're over the supply limit, like people don't even look at supply limit, I feel like, but if you're over supply limit, the thing that I think I had proposed is that it like exponentially increases the amount of food you consume. And so the supply limit to me was like how much you could try and forge off the land. And supply limits should have probably just in general been lower. And you need way more supply infrastructure and units and this type of stuff if there's low supply in the area. Something like that. Yeah, I lost 30k professional army disembarking against 1k levies. But if you were trying to land a beach versus 1,000 levies with a professional army, historically, well, actually, historically, that might have worked out for you, but, like, yeah. Shouldn't integration be more about proximity control over abstract determination, conquered integrated chord? Conquered integrated chord does seem like, arcadey, like, in principle. I think I would agree. But, like, I think also, like, the EU... I think the crowd that, like, is, like, the EU4, like, fast-paced crowd, they look at integrated and they're saying, that is not okay. We can't have that. Everything has to be cored. And it's like, bro, I think if you're expanding turbo fast, you should be okay with stuff just being integrated. Or that should be... That to me seems like a reasonable consequence of, like... This, yeah. Like, right now, like, playing tall is, like, sucks balls. And, like, historically, like, being tall was actually really good to do. Because you would collapse under the weight of your own empire if you expanded a lot. And so, like, the attitude towards expansion is also just like an intractable like stylistic thing. You have to decide whether you want the like simulation or like the blob experience, I feel like. Because they're fundamentally like opposed on how that type of thing should be handled. We are getting these starting to upgrade up. Shit. I'm dotting. So I think we're researching additional rights. IMO, the fast initial integration that gets throttled once you're doing it too much would feel a lot better to the player. I can like hear in my brain someone complaining about it, but I think I agree with you. Or like this is a way I don't know if I think it probably feels better from a gameplay perspective. From a simulation perspective, though, I'm not sure I like can wrap my head around it. Other than it's just like an artificial way of slowing down the player. I like oranges, me too, bro. Do you think building only a 90+ control is a good balance between taxation and burger promotion? I think that question's like just too general. Like, there's gonna be... You should evaluate, like, what your best economic opportunity is, and then, like, utilize that. And sometimes that's only building in really high control areas, and sometimes you don't have that option, but you have gold, and the gold is, like... You want to spend it. It's not gonna be, like... You can earn more money spending even if you abandon that heuristic, but yeah, generally speaking... You want to, I mean, there's, so like, look at our control map mode and look at our urbanization map mode. There's a reason we urbanized in this way. You know what I mean? How's this not spreading, man? I think integration should be quicker if you're belligerent, with lots of useless diplo and antagonism and maybe a cultural opinion, basically representing the most violent conquests. I think that a lot of the most violent conquests in history, they didn't integrate this stuff, and that was the problem. Like, not being able to tax at all is more realistic, IMO. I mean, like, having low control in areas you just conquered that don't like you, like, seems fine to me. My issue with the integration, they made the culture convert require control. I need to core them to get control. Needed to culture convert. I mean, I think that there's, like, some issue. I think if you're trying to, like, represent history and, like, reality and this type of stuff, there's probably some instances where, it doesn't make that much sense for them to integrate it. You know what I mean? But just, like... Like, I'm saying that if you're trying to simulate history, we're looking for our enforced culture cooldown. What is the cooldown? 69? Alright, okay, cool. There's like, yeah, I think this is like simulate, like video game arcade wise, like absolutely 100%. You should be able to core like whatever. It should just be like a little bit harder, but like simulation wise, like We should probably never be able to have like cores in like Africa from Berlin. Like the before the invention of the radio or something. High supply should boost combat ability to a certain extent, and having supply units should be able to reach the higher bonuses. If we want to be more serious about the military abstraction just in general, I feel like different types of units as a representation has significant limitations, and eventually like equipment and roles assigned to like an army is going to be like a much like I think eventually like if you want to improve a lot of the military system, eventually you're going to need to swap to equipment, like conceptually, because like right now like there's like no mechanics for like field cannons that are like very good. It's like only for like siege cannons basically, and towards the later time period this made a lot of sense, but like also like you don't need 200 guys for the artillery unit. This is just a weird ass abstraction. Like the artillery unit should actually just be like, I guess it depends on how many cannons you have here, but the amount of cannons that require 200 people to operate is absurd. And that like you would not take that with like 800 dudes. Didn't most nations who played tall get conquered? I mean, Great Britain, the Netherlands, I think I don't, most nations that got conquered were like trying to play tall, but like, I guess is like one way to word it. But the nations that didn't have territory that they were administering that was far away from their capital, like, actually tend to do pretty well historically. Like, owning a bunch of land far from your capital is, a net drain, I think, on the nation, historically speaking, depending on, like, the available technology for communication. There's attrition when you're over supply limit, but you can just split troops. Is there... Did they roll it back? There used to just be an uber amount of attrition if you were over the supply limit, like before release in the April version. I feel like the response would have been very different if they had made the same game but not put it in the Europa franchise. Maybe. I mean, they kind of told everyone what they were going to do. As a newbie, how much weight do you put into food in a province when heavy urbanizing like that? Well, we're producing more than enough food, so we're not really having issues. So we're not concerned with adding more food too much, although this would dip the price. But you can see our auto-expand has tons of granaries rolling, and that's because the granaries effectively give population growth. Or they effectively give flat population growth by increasing the amount of months of supply of food you have. So if you see here, in Mittelmark, where everything is urbanized, we are getting 0.32 from large food storage in province, which is doing quite a bit. Also have a little bit of war exhaustion here. Emperor yet? No, not yet. We have an idiot boy who is ineligible. Locations should rebel more often to balance expansion. Yeah, but people didn't like the rebel spam. We even got a mechanic change for making it so that they don't rebel as much, where we have now the soft rebellion where it just decreases the prosperity. And rebels should be stronger. I absolutely agree. Should they rename control? I think control's kind of okay. We can't affect having more cabinet slots and spend more on certain cabinet actions to speed it up. In regards to the cores. That is cabinet. Yeah, I mean, like, the cabinet is like, the cabinet itself being slot driven is kind of a weird abstraction. Because in theory you would pay money for a larger bureaucratic apparatus and they would be able to take on more tasks, and slots is like there's a lot of systems like this where like this is just kind of like an arcadey system, and I think it works fine enough. With what I was proposing, you could even get rid of the cabinet action for cores. The system I was proposing for cores. And it would also not be hard required for cores. Although you do have to have some amount of your culture there. Or sorry. Some amount of control. You know, like non-zero in order to make something a core, but you don't necessarily need to use the cabinet action. But like, you should almost get cabinet mana, and you get more mana the more money you spend on cost to court. But the problem here is that would make big nations really scale out of control. Like this is a massive like redesign type thing. I would love actual equipment system for artillery in EU5. Yeah, I think you would start with artillery and horses, but in principle, like, supply carts could be another thing. Every separate unit type could just be, like, equipment, but then, how do we represent, like, some of the unique units that we want to have? And then you could have units have experience, and then their experience resets when they, like, equip different equipment. Tell that to Ottomans, their whole thing is having huge-ass cannons. How many... I feel like... I mean, I guess I don't really know the answer to the question, but I feel like you would not use 200 men to operate more than 10 cannons. Or, sorry, less than 10 cannons. Yeah, the army being balanced around it being a game and unit sizes reflect that. What I'm saying is supply units should be a reflection of the country providing logistical support to the army. Yeah, as an abstraction. Because they're not all... Your supply line's not all with the army. Although, I think that you tend to try and do that if you can. 25% book output. How much money are we making from one of these babies? That's a lot of tax per level. I think we put it on auto expand. If not, we will. Yeah, it was already on it. What did Bob do? He fucking died. That's what he did. How's the office? Almost spat out my coffee. I'm glad you enjoyed that short. Generally, if people clip things, I often, or not often, I'm trying to see what people clip and make it into shorts. A little bit more. I like the rebel system in EU4. The rebel system as like in EU4 as a game design perspective is probably better, yeah. From the perspective of actually like simulating like rebels, like it forming a new country and that country just spawning is probably better. The thing is like as it stands, they spawn with like not a lot of control and like they can't peel any of your armies. So the second you have like a decent sized standing army, your rebels can like never win, and that's like super unrealistic. Usually the rebels were the army. If you could change 3 things about EU5, what would it be, and what would you change them to? Probably somehow increase the like pace of play. I would like to experience later portions of the game more. Probably improve colonization. I think there's a lot of issues with it. Like, not just that like it doesn't really properly simulate the thing it's trying to simulate, but like other stuff as well. And then the pacing one, though, I have no idea how you do that. And then probably just make the AI a bit stronger. To be fair, like, they're... Magdeburg recruiting, like, a shitload of mercs was actually kind of sweet there. And they, like, absolutely should do that. People are upset about that. The AI kind of does that type of thing, though. Which I don't know. Like... Also, like, one of the things that's, like, making changes all the time, they should just, like, slow down the patches and make them just bigger. Because this is a game where, and this has to do with the pace of play, like, it takes a really long time to do a complete run in EU5 and, like, actually do something like a really deep run. And if they update the game every, like, 2 weeks or something like this, then you can never... You always have to play on an old patch or whatever. And so, like, getting small changes on a game where your runs take, like, in the tens of hours... feels kind of bad. And I think that if the pace of the game was like Victoria 3 can do like a full run in like 2 days or something, if you're like playing like 10 hours a day or something, like it probably you could probably go even faster than that if you wanted to. What is the best cabinet I should leave on all the times? Development, max control, promotion speed. I don't think any one of them is like an all the time thing, but like if you don't have anything else to do, dev's kind of okay. I guess integrate maybe. Change societal values is probably the strongest cabinet action in the game, but you just use it to change your values, and once you have them where you want them, then that's kind of it. But right now we're using it to push capital economy. An instance where there's rebellion, I instantly enforced peace on me, so my army never even got to fight. They instantly enforced on you? That'd be so cool if they could peel armies, would give you incentive to only recruit regulars from your primary culture in non-rebellious areas. Yeah. It was like kind of like the way to represent it too. Apparently Ragusa hires a ton of mercs early. I think the AI is just generally a lot more aggressive with the mercs. Someone on Reddit like posted about Ragusa or something like this. I don't know, if you're facing an existential like threat, like spending a bunch to hire mercs is not insane. Although like that maybe highlighted an issue with like the way wars are resolved in general, because like Magdeburg, realistically, if you dump the treasury on hiring mercs, you're not gonna let the enemy just like peace out. Like no human would have done like what Magdeburg So Magdeburg should be allowed to keep fighting even if Denmark doesn't want to, right? So like the war leader system is like not a pure like representation of like how maybe war should be resolved. And then in like I don't see a solution for this like in any sort of short-term like thing. I'm just like kind of talking about a thing. But like for those of you who weren't here like an hour ago, they had like 20 units worth of mercs, and we attacked Denmark initially, and then we just pieced out Denmark in response to seeing that level of mercs. And Magdeburg should just like never go for that. They should be like, look, bro, we hired all these mercs, we paid a huge amount of money out the ass. We don't care that Denmark was our ally in the war and that they are doing whatever. It doesn't matter to us. What matters is we hired these mercs, and now we're gonna roll over your ass. And like, and it doesn't work like that. Because that's exactly what they should do. I love mercs, but why is the AI not spending their money? That's like a separate issue. But yeah, like the AI doesn't spin up their eco properly. It's so much better than it was, like, oh man. I think Playmaker's not here anymore, but like there were like 6 weeks before release, it took Castile, AI Castile, like 200 years to double its tax base. So in about like 70 more years from now, the AI Castile would double its tax base. And the AI just being completely unable to deal with the economy after the nerf to trade was like just such a huge issue. And I think that people never got to see this because this happened before release, but like the AI's improved so much since like earlier versions of the game. Forget what the point I was gonna make is. Oh, I really wanted. There was a reason I brought this up. I didn't bring it up just to bring it up. What was it? Oh, the AI like doesn't spend its money properly. It spends its money way better than it used to. Also, quick updates could often break mods, which is my only issue with quick updates. I think quick updates, the people who are commenting on the forums and the people who play a lot are going to not mind quick updates as much as like other people. Yep, they declared a new country, and then I tried to send my army, and territory war just instantly ends. Yeah, that seems not good. You should never make Constantinople into a subject to annex later on. Funny business. I conquered everything I needed to Serbia, then spent 30 years waiting for OPM Constantinople to annex. Is that because they're Greek? I think the problem isn't the AI hiring marks, it's random OPMs sitting on 50k ducats, and then hiring the biggest army in the world. The thing is like, the underlying mechanics should, like, prevent them from sitting on 50,000 ducats. I think there's, in terms of representing what's going on, there's maybe a little bit of an issue. There should maybe be forces that just prevent massive accumulations of wealth. And I don't know the proper way to, like, simulate these, but, it should maybe be the case that, like, if you have too big a positive, like, gold balance, your states start siphoning off some, and there's corruption and, like, this type of stuff. But realistically, like historically speaking, people, uh, nations could not accumulate like enormous amounts of wealth. And one of the reasons why is like, uh, well, actually, during this time period, they actually thought of the world in the sense that they thought of commerce as just like acquiring gold or spending gold, and it was all about gold rather than like velocity and efficiency. And this is one of the things that like Adam Smith really rips on this type of thing. But like people would have spent their money on art and buildings and this type of shit. And there should maybe be more points of doing more things you could do. And like luxury goods rather than actually just accumulating that amount of money. And if you tried to accumulate just enormous sums of money, like economic forces would apply more and more resistance. War system has felt so bad for so long in so many PDX games. It needs total rework. Vassals being forced into war with Overlord acting as a stabilizing force instead of a chance for a revolt. Yeah, I mean, like, they would take... Vassals should take the opportunity to deck on you and this type of thing. 100k mercs, yeah. Any tips for Teutonic Order stuff? Start? None other than careful about the forts. I know they start off, like, in a war, so I don't know. He speaks of the dark times. The dark times. When a lot of the content creators were super doomery about the game as well. But like the AI like just didn't do anything. It like was like playing against and like that's how Vic 3's AI was on release. I remember just being able to control like 80% of the world economy from like Tunis on release of like Vic 3. And like the AI, like, for EU5, like, released in so much of a better place in terms of its ability to fight back. And, like, yeah, do you dump on the AI? Yes. But, like, in fact, let's maybe take a look, even. I don't think we're going to have the biggest eco. But... yeah, look at this! Look at this! We're not even in the top whatever. What is it? Control H? Yeah, like, here's economic base. I wish they'd make Iron Man and getting achievements like Vic 3 and CK3. Yeah, I think I'm not a fan of the, like, Iron Man purist for achievements. Quite new to EU5. I'm playing Geneva. Is 300 attack space okay? I would say that's probably low for someone min-maxing, but if you're having a good time and you're learning the game, you shouldn't care. Especially if you're just learning. Megalopolis, Constantinople, big city adds a lot of annex time. Oh. War in general is too cheap in EU4 and 5 and Vic 3. Yeah, war is hell. Like, I hate that if you're not constantly at war, you're like kind of trolling in terms of playing properly in these games. And I like, I think that I think a lot of the people who are attracted to these games just want to actually like declare war and they want to fight things out. And for them, it's about a medium of achieving wars, and they want to acquire territory and conquest and like this type of stuff. But if you were to actually like try and run a nation as like well as possible, there's a ton of reasons to not go to war. Oh, what's the hotkey for that? Oh. What did I do? Okay. Let's see, submit. I don't think we need to assimilate the other areas. We could assimilate this, but that doesn't make much sense. Guess let's go back to deving. Massive accumulation wealth, it's called inflation. There we go. Although it doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily inflationary if you're not spending it. It's inflationary if you're spending it. I remember when nobody ever colonized because they couldn't afford it. Yeah, to be fair, some people were... Oh yeah, the AI. Yeah, there was literally... Oh my god, I remember that. Yeah, the AI, stone cold 0 colonies ever because they just had no money. And they couldn't do the thing, and like, this is like a little bit of an issue. If you want to like show early modern history, you can't like have the AI not colonize. But yeah, they stone cold just couldn't afford it. Right now, you actually need to save up money for mercs if AI gets mercs because mercs delete levies. Because those mercs delete levies. Yeah, you mean they just like crush it? Yeah. The AI now is willing to pay you everything it has for locations based on AI conquest desire, and it breaks the game too much. You sold something to Georgia for 130k? Yeah, that's insane. I think selling provinces is just something you like shouldn't do, to be honest. Or shouldn't allow. In general, in games, like the AI just like won't be able to evaluate the true worth of the province, or like you need to have really good AI for it. Doomerism is valid though. It loops back into not being there not being enough tangible money sinks in the game. Just paying for sliders is mechanically boring. Yeah, I think that like art and like mega construction projects are where like a lot of the money went, like the surplus money. And I think that your states should actually hate it when you accumulate too much money. Like, you should get negative estate satisfaction. And then there are forces that push you into spending on... Well, it should be harder to, like, spin up the money, but... Well, also... The fact that the state is getting paid for, like, what the paper miller is doing is, like, maybe a little bit of a strangeness, too, for, like, this period of history. Like, the way that tax works, just in general. Actually bought an econ book on early modern history, so I'm gonna have a fun time reading it. Is the game lagging for you? Not a lot. The pension cost for soldiers and officers that saw your war was massive in the 19th century. The problem with the economic game aspect of the game is not very interactive. No. Well, it's very city buildery in the sense that, like, you're putting up a bunch of, like, buildings, but all these banks. No, what a world, what a world. Let's put this to auto expand too, which will upgrade this ish. I think at this point we're earning a lot of money through those. Because of Iron Man, I can't get the Ming achievement. Something broke and I can't get it. I don't know what posted to the forums. No valid response. Just have QA asking for some save file. Yeah, I mean, that's how they check things. They can't help you out if they can't... Not that they're necessarily going to help you out. They'll probably just fix the issue, but... Like for the US, thanks to the Civil War, the pension disability payments was a significant amount of the federal budget. Did the Confederate soldiers get retirement? Probably not, right? I guess I don't really know. Like Molly, do you think it's better to push the Europeans out of Africa or just raid their colonies for slaves? I think it's better to push them out and then just raid the European mainland for slaves, probably. The thing is like, I play to stack bonuses. They like to see the bonus go big. The thing is the malaria in West Africa is really bad. And it's... When you take slaves, you actually end up killing like 80% of the pops to malaria. So, longish term, having your capital in a place where you're not going to punt all the pops to malaria, or taking slaves to these locations, which are you want to have high control locations, is going to be better. So there's like, mechanically speaking, malaria and slave raiding combined makes you actually just want your capital like in North Africa. And like to just slave raid into North Africa instead. Which is kind of insipid, but it is what it is. God, we're just not going to become emperor. Ever. This guy's going to be child forever. The economic penalty for war needs to be increased. Small pop and food penalty is not enough to represent the problems it causes. No, I agree. But if you do this, people will be so... you know what? I, like, honestly, like, hate that, like, right now I feel like any type of change, suggestion, or this type of stuff, like, my brain just immediately processes it through the lens of, is this gonna upset people? Because I was about to say that'll just make so many people upset, and it will, but, like... I don't know. Like, I hate that the last, like, few videos I've posted of EU5, like, half the comments are just people trying to shit on the game. Was a good institution spread percent that's worth embracing at? The stab hit really hurts when it's good. When it's not a really good institution. It depends on how much stab you have and, like, where you are with the research. What we're probably gonna do is, like, we're still researching, like, pretty good stuff in this tech tree. But I think that once we get Council Hall, we'll just embrace them. I think usually it has to do with, like, oh god. Like, can you research the good stuff? So a reason you're using cabinet actions instead of vassals? Yeah, because we already have part of the province. Here we have just an OPM. If you make an OPM vassal, which we could have done, but if you make an OPM vassal, it causes some problems sometimes because they can have a rev and it just breaks the territory. We have, other than that, used subjects to integrate a bunch of stuff. Like, a lot of this was integrated with subjects. We're getting close to cooldown to enforce culture. August. Side comment, the period of time where Playmaker's obsessed with absolutely cracked Aztec methods of EU4 lives rent-free in your brain. I don't know what that means. What? Did I miss a Playmaker comment? Looks like it. Gave up on my Bulgaria to rush the formation chain. No, now I'm going to try Teutonic Order in Poland. Weren't you so close? What was the problem? Could you just not get... Oh, also, a reason for us want to integrate this ourselves is it's already our primary culture. Because the person we had fought was our primary culture. Get a little bit more dev. Specifically, we've had it in Mittelmark for a while. You can see it's standing out a little bit. Most of the non-war stuff can also be done while paused rather than needing to be managed actively like wars. So most of the game time is simply war. Managing eco would be actively would be much better. I think that you need maybe more like complicated, or not complicated. The levers need to be, wow. The levers for eco, I think that there's some spots where like the choice, it feels like you make mainly the same choices over and over and over again for the eco, and I don't know exactly how you change that, but like once you understand the eco, it feels fairly formulaic in a way that like Victoria 3 felt. Maybe this is just how the games feel when you kind of understand them. Realized I was accidentally 2 minutes behind, but a loud car sounded like a Stuka. Well, you know, they haunt us too. We might just embrace this so we could queue up some techs. Yeah, waiting for the tech versus embracing this is probably just somewhat marginal. Because embracing it faster just also might be better. Like, I might be making a mistake here. But I think we want to explore the new world, so let's grab this first. And then grab some of the good stuff. I think we're going to go right to the burgers. Into this. Actual academical historicist geographical determinism is a big no-no. Paradox hold my Sturmströming. Aren't, like, isn't there some, like, level of geographical determinism? Like, isn't one of the reasons why, like, West Africa never popped off historically is, like, has to do with, there just, like, aren't ports in, like, West Africa because of how the flows of, like, what is it, the tides work. Like, it was such that, like, so in order for, basically in order for you to have, like, major naval maritime commerce and trade and this type of stuff, excuse you, in order to have this, you need ports. And, like, what's significant about a port is that your ships aren't exposed to elements, and they also have to have deep enough, where you have a bay where they're not exposed to elements, and the bay has to be deep enough for you to have big enough ships. And then also navigable rivers are a big deal. And like in West Africa, you just like don't get these things. And that this is like this geography is a major contributor to West Africa like not popping off historically. I think maybe like Congo specifically like is an exception in regards to navigable river, but like it's all just like beaches with like no bays. And if you have beaches with no bays, that's a problem. Have you tried Athens in the recent patch? I've not. You have a bunch of events pop early. I have no idea which to go in the chain. You could read through the this stuff now. Yeah, we want to deck on the Teutonic Order joining the HRE also just sucks hyper balls for us. Otherwise, we would have, I think, formed Prussia by now. Let's click on buildings, move sliders, and stare at the map for 500 years. This guy gets it. But that's not how he meant it, but he gets it. Alright. So here we maybe give the textile one out. The problem is it gives... Okay, it gives dyes. We'll do that too, because now that'll earn quite a bit of money. What prod ethic are we up to? Oh, that's gross. Why is it applying both the modifiers? The hell? That can't be WAD. Oh, it's so confusing. So it's only 15%? I mean, I guess it works for us, but... Just played an Iron Man game, playing Byzantium with the Black Death. Bugged and never touched Europe, so OG pop sizes is still the same for 1337. Have you seen this bug? Not for Europe, I haven't. In Asia, it's supposed to... Asia and, like, Africa, it's supposed to not, like, 100%, you know? That's so gross. Okay, but here, I think we're gonna give out eventually the book rights. So we do need to think a little bit more proactively about being within those industries and only building those things. Is using the dev actions that good? Using the increased control on the rotation multiple province would be worth it. It's like a ton of micro. It's not as good as it used to be. It used to be just like the best cabinet action in the game. I think it got like reduced by like 80%. I don't feel like doing that level of micro. That might be worth it. The dev really kind of, in the long run, pays off quite well. Some people don't like geographical determinism because it sounds like it removes the blame for Western countries for how poorly off Africa and South Americans are, and they don't like that. Tough. What? Look, there's places in the world that had major economic developments that don't have the disadvantages that West Africa has, that aren't the West. Like, from what I understand, this is all fucking smooth sand, dog. And that has to do with the tides. And there are some, on the other coast of Africa, there's some amount of harbors. They really want everything to be Europe's fault? Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. It's not like the people who want things to be Europe's fault have points in a lot of different areas. I don't know. I guess the totality of the arguments for, like, the determinism, like, there's probably an enormous amount of, like, disingenuous or poor arguments that argue that, like, there's, like, a material determinism here. But, like, there was a material determinism in, like, colonization, I think, is a huge driver of the innovation that happens and the eventual exploitation and extractive relationship with other countries or regions and this type of thing. And if there's no push for colonization as a result of, like, stuff like the Bouillon crisis or, like, running out of resources, which Europe experienced, then, like, I think Europe doesn't achieve a lot of the, like, technological developments I have, and you could, or that they had. And you could say that this is, like, a materialist, like, thing. South America isn't less hospitable. The sole problem is that Europe set up extractive governments there as a legitimate main point of world economy chapter I took. I don't know about South America. I kind of know about Africa a little bit. I know that there are areas in South America. Like, there's a reason why there's no major cities, like, fucking, like, right here. Because it's, like, just, like, bog and mosquitoes and, like, issues. And, like, to this day, there's, like, not any major cities there. Beaches with no babes, I gotta agree, a problem. Yeah, this guy gets it. That argument never made sense unless you ignore all the ports and rivers in West Africa. I feel like I did research on this not too long ago. Go to Reddit. Okay. South Africa. This is not West Africa. Not West Africa. Mombasa is East Africa, right? Zimbabwe, South Africa. Tanzania. I don't know where Tanzania is. Nigeria is West Africa, right? South Africa. So we have a ton of in South Africa. Dakar. Okay, Dakar looks like a half bay, not a enclosed harbor. So, there's Dakar. It is in West Africa, though. Freetown, Lagos. Freetown. Yeah, Freetown looks like they have a bay. I don't know how much of that is man-made, though. Or what the continental shelf looks like, though. So, okay, Freetown. Is Freetown next to a river? Or is it just a good harbor? Because, like, you usually need both. Yeah, I mean, Lagos looks like, I don't know how deep Lagos is, but this definitely looks like it's got a big bay. I'd have to double check river, but okay. But having it's not just having a bay, you have to have it, like, have some degree of depth. And a lot of these tend not to be in Western Africa. From what I had researched. This was a while ago, though. And also, like, exceptions to the rule don't, like, necessarily... Or exceptions to the norm, or what's typical, don't necessarily mean that the thing isn't typical. Like, Western Africa is a really big-ass freaking coast. Or Africa is a fucking huge continent. Right? If you have, like, 5 areas that... Or, like, 5 areas across this entire stretch of coastline that make for a good port, then, like, who are you conducting trade with? You know? There's no timeline where Greenland Norse founded a large agricultural export. Sorry, but I'll end my rant there. I regret bringing it up. Womp womp. Lack of primary sources in certain places make it a very tough field. Isn't that why China didn't do colonization? Because they pretty much had every resource within their borders? Yeah, I think there's also some, like, more layers of, like, of what's going on. Because China did decide to explore a bunch of stuff and sent out a bunch of exploration expeditions. But then they decided to stop doing that. And had they had a material reason to do it, they almost certainly would have, like, beaten the Europeans in, like, colonization and innovation, I think. But they also could have just, like, continued exploring. Like, they sent fleets out and explored a whole bunch of stuff, and then they're just like, just kidding. Zheng He could suck it, like, type of thing. They didn't have access to horses, meanwhile the old world did, and it allowed for long-distance empires before the advent of locomotives. That's a big reason why the New World's behind? Yeah. In terms of how big an empire you can... Empires generally, if you can't... Empires tend to collapse when they get too big, and the size that they can get, or what constitutes too big, is generally has a lot to do with how quickly they can get messages back to the capital. Which is one of the reasons why Rome was successful, because the Mediterranean, you could... being in this navigable area was a significant advantage, as was, like, the amount of roads that they built, but everything's faster if you're on a horse, or in a boat. Peak Wikipedia gaming. Yeah. Agriculture is difficult when everything dies to sickness. Yeah, but they might have been able to do, like, something different agriculturally. For the lack of ports accommodating ocean-going vessels or rivers to use the canalization and locks on, a whole bunch of factors were missing even to make these usable. I think canals aspect might be more important. Europe didn't really pop off until they started switching over to water-based transport for goods. If you read The Wealth of Nations, boy oh boy does Adam Smith never stop talking about navigable rivers. High-speeding the late game, screw the micro. The New World didn't have empires anywhere near as large as the Old World. They did have empires, but not spanning as far. Yeah. So, not having horses could be a reason. There was not a widespread empire in the Old World I could think of. Well, the Old World just had horses. It wasn't the main method of transport in Europe until the Middle Ages, though. I have Pre-Modernist made a video on it. Regarding horses? Or wait, water. Got it. Yeah, our eco's just kind of spinning itself up. As Ottomans, you don't want to convert everyone, right? Zimmy seems to play... Yeah, I think you just go... You actually actively want to not convert anyone, because Dhimmi tends to pay more. Unless you can't get your Dhimmi tax rate up as high. But you could do funny business stuff like... if you have a high enough proportion of Dhimmi, you can just, like, not tax the burghers for the burgher bonus, or the commoners, and only tax the Dhimmi, because you'll get the taxes from them anyways. I think the preconditions to make these geographical features meaningful were lacking, making any supposed lack of them moot. Dutch had built a ton of ocean ports on horrid land because they could. Yeah, but to get the thing started in the first place is like a significant hurdle. You might just embrace this for the... Let's just do it for the speed here. Like, once you have... Like, industrialization, doesn't happen without the creation of the mass market. But, like, once you create the mass market, that's like opening Pandora's box. Or once you start to cater towards... not just, like, luxury goods, but, like, mass production of goods. It's like you... But you need to have that initial thing present in order to make mass-producing goods ever viable, rather than, like, more artisan-based things. And so, like, a lot of things are like, did you pass this particular threshold? And if not, like, then you don't get to pass go, you don't get to collect $200, you don't get to start having a major seafaring nation unless you have, like, a large population in an area with a bay. I remember the rise and fall of great powers, that Chinese got to the Horn of Africa before Europeans, but then completely stopped. Yeah, China was just like, nah. And they invented, like, the compass and stuff like this, too. Like, there's basically, like, only one 300-year period, like, following Alexander the Great, where, like... Or actually, I think it's a little after Alexander the Great, where China is not ahead of the West technologically, and that 300-year period is like 300 years ago to today, basically. So... I think we are going to do this one. There's not really a good way for us to push plutocracy high without it. We'll continue to go serfdom. Don't need to click more buttons, but we do want more serfdom, so... We might flip back the other way, though. But as long as we're this way, we want to have more. The famous port of Rotterdam is almost entirely man-made. Yeah, but you don't invent the dredging before, yeah. It's funny to see it as a natural harbor in... maybe. I mean, if people left feedback like that, during the Tinto maps, I think they generally change stuff. The Inca were large, but nowhere near as large as stuff like the Romans, the Persians, the Arabs, the Ottomans, Mongols, or even China. Well, definitely not the Mongols. Another reason was that the fervor of Spain, why they colonized. I don't know. You don't know. I think that knowing Chinese history a little bit more with, like, primary sources in Chinese would be very helpful for unpacking why the Chinese decided to stop exploring and stuff, but they did. Technologies we think are obvious and sometimes aren't. There's no evidence of a wheelbarrow in Europe before 1100s. Crazy. Now it is about multiple geographies. Wait, who said multiple geographies? They followed mountains. Old world empires cross multiple different geographies. Wait, what? You guys are having a strange argument, I think. Yeah, I mean, we're mainly just in wait mode. Holy shit, we're making a lot of money. Oh, wait, we raised the taxes. That's what happened. Yeah, we could just use more burger satisfaction equilibrium, I think. We have a good way to get some satisfaction on them. Fortification licenses also did not used to give maintenance, and now it does. So wait, you get 25% from fort licenses, 20% from serfdom, 25% from... What is this, dude? You get 25% here, 20% off of defensive, 20% off the law, and 20% or 25%, something like that, off of serfdom. You get almost 100% reduction just natively. I mean, let's count it out. 20%. 45%. We're adding them together. 65%. 85% before we do anything funny. Yeah, so I think serfdom's just way better. Because as long as discount modifiers, they're just better the more of them you have. So, I think we even revoked this earlier, but I think that was a mistake, just because of how that eventually stacks up, and then we could build forts for economic stimulus. I don't know why this has it on it. Also, we were pushing land this run, so... They had complacency IRL. Read conquistador accounts, they talk about getting old way more than God. Need to pass the threshold, but so not so far as there's no longer reason to develop solutions to the problem. There's no fundamental difference between old and new world empires. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, they're both empires. You travel in many distant places, and those places are all just kind of lamer than home in China. Why not stay home in China? Yeah, someone is asking the real question here. This building's good. It's real fucking expensive, though, as it should be. I'm kind of happy that they got rid of the temple giving control, and now there's this. I just don't wish there was the third level. The plus 10 control. But temple is like easily was the strongest building in the game. The reason Europe pops off in the early modern history is the Mongols introduce a bunch of tech from China, but the Europeans don't have enough resources to feed them at home, so they look overseas. Well, I don't think food was the issue. Oh, you mean like, well, they like, Europe runs out of like gold and silver, basically, right? Max Incan Empire was 1/3 the size of Max Roman Empire, according to Google. I think, you probably... Just landmass is probably not, like, a comparison... Maintaining control over a bunch of... Comparing their extent and size and this type of thing is probably a lot more nuanced than just, like, landmass comparison. But I don't necessarily want to dive down that rabbit hole. Regarding China, they also already had maps of most of the world. Nothing past the Pacific. Yeah, obviously. Most Paradox games don't credit the Chinese. Yeah, you know what? The Chinese not starting with printing press is a vibe. The Chinese invented movable type. For example, one of the oldest mosques in the world is in China. Zheng He's father went to the Hajj, so he knew where Mecca was. Yep. But, like, following Zheng He, like, they just, like, were like, we're not doing any of that. Rivalry between countries was an important motivation for early explanation colonization. I don't think China had that. Yeah. Probably a fair way to capture it. China's a weird situation where, like, them being so massive and also geographically, like, isolated from other countries made it tend to, like, unite. Or they united eventually. Once they did, it kind of, like, stayed that way. I wonder if materially, if that happened with Europe, if that would be kind of the way it rolled out. China's just had multiple time periods of, like, busting up into a bunch of pieces and then coming back together. Like, I think, like, 4 or 5 times. Well, the Red Turban Rebellion, maybe you shouldn't even count. Maybe you should. I don't know. One guy saying the difference in landmass, I was responding to that. That's fair. You quickly show control and proximity. Here's control. Here's proximity. Are you full autocracy? No, we're flipping back to plutocracy. But now that the thing is over, we will switch our cabinet action back. Now that the parliament's over, because the parliament was giving us a 0.5 boost. The Paradox games accurately modeled China. They just dominate every game. They do already dominate, like, every game. China's the strongest pick in... Well, I don't know about CK. They're the strongest pick in EU5 and Vic3, though. I guess not Hoey. They didn't have 20 languages for one? Yeah, that's true. Well, I think that there's a lot of, like, unique dialects, but, like, they're all, like, Chinese-based. I believe. I don't know this in great detail. Got like another 5 years. Oh, we do have our cooldown with this idiot. Let's enforce culture on him. Got your ass. So. It's gonna convert everything to Brandenburgish. They're the biggest hegemon always. It seems that they're ineligible for or no, they're not. Why do they not get the other ones anymore? We haven't seen them getting it all the time. How do you get the 3D terrain without having the landscape when you zoom in? What do you mean? We're in the political map mode. If you're in the base map mode, like the standard default map mode, we don't really use. But the standard default map mode is terrain. And so when you zoom in, it turns into this. Which is like, I don't know, kind of neat. It's a little bit confusing, but don't you really use that map mode. I haven't had that much experience, but have you watched a bit of streams? How do you decide between plutocracy and autocracy? Now I think it's just kind of close. There's probably one that's better, and I'm not sure which one's better. A big part of it is I have to do deeper runs where we're maxing out the maritime presence, because trade value seems to be very, very contingent on how much maritime presence you can get now. And I need to see if this is like, this holds true further and further, but extra 50% max levels is a big deal. The scaling promotions, this coming back is nice, the cell efficiency is nice, but this is only 1/10 the economic stimulus you get from aristocracy. Discipline is also good. Also, you get discipline from two sources. This and primary culture nobles percentage also gives you additional discipline. So multiplayer, I think, is definitely aristocracy, but if you're trying to spin up the biggest economy possible, I'm not sure which one it is. It's probably... I don't know. It might be aristocracy, but I kind of want to test a little bit more and get like more of a feel for it. But China is absolutely insane geography. To be honest, just straight unfair. Yeah, back to the geography question. The Yangtze River is just like is a absolutely insane river. The Nile is to some extent too. But not like the Yangtze, like the... I think there's sections of it, like, where it's like a mile wide. And just absolutely massive. The Three Gorges Dam, which is built across the Yangtze River, is like, when they turned on that dam, the shift in force, that happened slowed down the Earth's rotation by a measurable amount. A very, very, very small measurable amount, but it did slow down the Earth's rotation. If you trade center, then plutocracy, otherwise aristocracy is the thing to go for. Well, it might be the case that aristocracy is even the thing to go for then. I'm not sure. This is who we could trade with without penalty. Man, it's just so much better being on, like, the other side. Like, if you're in the south, you get to go through, eventually, like, Alexandria Market and, like, kind of reach out this way, but, like, otherwise you have to go around. But another thing is, the trade modifiers have changed as well from land and naval. Now they're, trade efficiency. So... I'm not 100% sure. Like, I need a bigger sample size on stuff. Hey, Vinsky. Love watching your videos and streams. I've been playing EU5 and a long-time EU4 player. If you were in charge of Tinto, what would you want the game vision to be? I would probably do a lot of polls. But at this point, they're like... There is a crowd of people who wants the game to be arcadey and expansionist-oriented, and there's a crowd of people who want the game to be a simulation orientation, and I think that you can cater to both in a lot of instances, but there's going to be some things that it's like an intractable issue and you have to like go one way or the other. Me, what I want is more of a simulationist perspective, but it depends what... For me, if I was in charge of Tinto, it would depend what my mandate was as an employee to design the game I want to play, or to design the game that they think is going to sell the most copies. Those are two different things. Or if I have free reign to design what I think is best. I assume you're asking the question of what I think is the best game, design that. And I would probably go out of my way to make it more simulationist-y in terms of its like design philosophy. And I think that would sell fewer copies than making it more arcadey. If I had a mandate to try and make a game that I think is going to sell, there are various aspects of things I would probably try and streamline the game experience and reduce clicks significantly and try and get the length of games longer, and be less concerned with like simulating stuff, like in a high fidelity way, because I think that a big portion of the player base like doesn't actually really care about that much. I don't know, I could maybe try and think through that question a little bit more. Right, but I think that I would try and decide like what it is and try and be transparent with what it is. And up front. But like I think that there's like a two directions issue. We're still giving around 15% discipline in total, just seems overwhelmingly good. Maybe that's your EU4 brain talking. It's insane, and it's unnecessary to win wars. And it depends what your goal is. But if you're playing against a competent opponent, you just like aristocracy is so much better, it's not even close, yeah. But like the thing is like, if you only need that like, military modifiers in general, are going to be weak unless you are fighting. And I know that sounds like a gross oversimplification of things, but, and they're only good if you're fighting marginal wars. So wars where you're a little bit stronger or a little bit weaker than the other person. And other than that, military modifiers in video games tend to be weak. And so, when you're against like a semi-equal opponent, this is often the context you're in when you're playing PvP or you're playing games against other players and this type of stuff, where it's close. And then power spikes are enormous and they just like are game warping. But if you're way stronger than your opponent, then you don't need the 15%. And it's not going to form a meaningful difference. And if you're way weaker, then it's not going to form a meaningful difference. And if you would have won anyways, then it doesn't matter. And if you would have lost anyways, then it doesn't matter. And so really you're at this narrow band of when does it make a difference? Whereas eco bonuses, the eco bonuses, if you're not fighting, are going to be useful. And then when you are fighting, they allow you to just build a bigger army. And so you get the benefit of them always being on instead of needing to have a war where you are kind of close in power level. But the eco bonuses, you're also, to the extent that you have other eco bonuses, the ability to add more army is multiplicatively effective with army bonuses. And so to some extent you're stacking up more efficiency in this sphere if you already have a bunch of eco stuff, and so it's about being efficient about modifiers. But I think that people often go feral for modifiers that are irrelevant, and eco modifiers are functionally never irrelevant because they just give you like more mana to do stuff with. I enjoy gameplay, but I wish they would stick to a visionary topic. It seems uncertain reading the dev diaries. If I was told, like, from, okay, like, I was interested in the game because the Tinto talks seemed very divergent from EU4. I, like, stopped playing EU4. If the Tinto talks, like, from the very start were like, we're gonna make EU4 too, I probably wouldn't have even covered them. I wouldn't have gotten invited to Tinto, and then I would probably be spamming more Victoria 3 instead. And this like wouldn't be like a game that I was making a ton of stuff for. So like the vision for the game that I signed up for like was this Tinto vision, but it seems like they are diverging from that vision because that actually isn't what a majority of the player base wants. I think a majority of the player base is people from EU4 who they want their arcadey blobby game. But I think that whatever they do, they should kind of decide which one of those two they're going to do instead of trying to do both of them, because there are changes where these changes are just internally inconsistent with you're moving the game like more towards a simulation with one of these changes, and you're moving it more arcadey with another one of these changes, and they are stylistically at odds with each other. Although there's a ton of changes also that just like are good for both. Like when the UI improves, it's good for both. When the AI improves, it's good for both. When more content gets added, it's good for both. Although it depends on the nature of the content, because from a simulation perspective, the Byzantine like patch is just like the flavor content of it is just like it's not like good for simulation at all. Like it's arcade, which doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just like I have a like. What I want to see from the game is different from what other people want to see from the game, and I like am not that interested in seeing a super arcadey type thing. Oh, we just like have no money. Just kidding. Take the mandate of Tinto. I think Johann's way better at game design than I am. I am very uncertain that you. I don't think you guys actually want me to have the mandate. I think it's easy to play backseat quarterback, or what's some of you guys are European. Whatever's the European equivalent of quarterback. It's easier to backseat drive like game development than it is to actually do the things. And I've gotten to see like internals, and like I can't talk about internal stuff, but I think he's doing like a good job. There's just like some stuff I'm frustrated about. I think, pivoting and making the game more arcadey is, like, probably, like, the approach you should have at this point in development, it seems. But I would definitely run a bunch of polls and, like, trying to actually figure out, because I think it's a massive elephant in the room, and, like, I think most players have a preference, and the thing is, like, I think a large majority just have. Here, we'll maybe run the poll. My viewers, I don't think, are going to be a representative sample, but getting information tends to be difficult, and forums, and the people who talk on forums are not like a representative sample of the player base. And polls are a little bit more representative, although poll respondents will not be representative. Do you think it would be possible to have 2 game modes? I don't know about that. That seems too... to sell the most copies, we need to get a mobile game. There we go. Just make more content, in my opinion. EU5 pretty okay so far. Yeah, I mean, maybe you don't actually have to pick one. Wesley 1990, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Nations need to be a lot more unique. So making them a lot more unique will tend to, not guaranteed, but it'll tend to be more arcadey. Would the current coring mechanics count as a simulation? I think they're arcadey. But I think that they are trying to make them more realistic, so I think that, like, this is an example of, like, kind of failing on both counts. I think there's a system, the system I propose, so I think the issue with that is it might not be performative, but I think it's better from both a simulationist perspective and an arcade, like, fun time game mechanics perspective. And, fun times game mechanics is a little bit, condescending, I think. I probably shouldn't word it like that, but... You only need an umbrella if it's raining type of... if it is raining statement? Yeah. You only need a military modifier if, like, you need a military modifier. Exactly. They should make the AI properly respond to the player, that's the main complaint. I think that, given the complexity of the game and how many levers there are, I think the AI actually does kind of an okay job. But it can always be improved, and improving it would make the gameplay a lot better. Yes, it's like Dark Souls. The difference between being 1 HP and 20 HP is 0. If the weakest attack the enemy can perform is 100 HP. Yep. And I think people kind of get caught up on, like, modifiers sometimes. What the fuck is a quarterback? Basically. People want to play Biz and crush everyone and reform Rome. The simulation, people want to play as Biz to be brutal, want Biz to be brutal to play as. Yeah. And, like, people feel very strongly, like, one way or the other. There's, like, another content creator that, like, thinks I'm, like, uber wrong that Biz should be, like, fucking hard to play and they should generally do really poorly. But, like, look, if you just, like, look at history and you're, like, trying to simulate anything according to history, like, this shouldn't be happening. You know? It's easy to brainstorm ideas when you never actually had to see them executed and fail spectacularly in a way you don't expect. Yeah, I mean, like, so one of the challenges, like, is, like, they have read more information, the devs, on things to fix about the game and have ideas to how to fix things than, like, probably, like, any one of us have. I have several thousand hours in the game, so, or, like, close to 3,000, so maybe this is not... Maybe I would be, like, in a kind of similar boat, but the problem is you have to triage and decide what the priority of changes is going to be, and you have this massive stack of things to change and fix, and the truth is that stack will never actually get finished. And instead what you'll do is you'll take some stuff off the stack and then new stuff gets added to the stack, and you need to constantly play this balancing game where you're trying to do the most effective thing you can with, like, the resources you have available, the time you have available, and organize, like, multiple people dealing with different projects at different times, and do it in such a way where you can fold multiple like changes, and some of them are systemic changes, into a singular patch where you have like, again, different people working together and this type of stuff, and do it in like timelines, and then like also get feedback simultaneously and implement the feedback and change your approach according to that feedback. Right? There's like, and people are like, well, why don't you just fix the game, bro? And it's like, okay, well, yeah. Mining tax is EU5 alpha just dropped. Maybe we try that next time we stream. Adding unique mechanics beyond percentage modifiers is how you add uniqueness and flavor to nations. I absolutely agree. And you could also add new systems and add a system that is thematically highly relevant for a nation. And then, like, bureaucracies is a new system. Although it kind of gives... it is a way to impose more costs on the player. I like that. And it's dynamic. And they are going to be including it for vanilla countries. So I think that that's an example of a change. But then it's like more relevant for the Byzantines. They have more stuff for it. So it's like their flagship mechanic, but then it's available to everyone. I think that I like this thing where like someone is a really big winner from the unique mechanic. But it gets introduced to the entire game too. What's something major that that's arcadey that was added, changed? Governors. I feel like as pre-release, I was always going to get a blend of both. Yeah, I would say governors. I think that the proximity to your capital like matters. Governors do not at all hinge in any type of way in terms of being constrained to being close to your capital, other than the road requirements and strange requirements for the other stuff. And one of the issues for a simulation is that it's too easy to expand and exert control over a large swath of land and extract full value from it, and governors really help you do that. So governors, and I've said this since they like come out, they're fun to play with. I do not like the way that the direction that they push the game in. This was supposed to be difficult, but difficult to the casual player is different than difficult for the experienced player. As Tinto wants, you want casuals to enjoy Biz. I almost think that they should work differently when they're in the player versus the AI, but... yeah, I mean, I would not have made my first DLC Biz. But I think that 100% makes a ton of sense for catering to the EU4 players. When you look at, like, what the number, like, one, like, runs are, like, Biz is one of the most run countries. And then, like, if you look at videos, like, which ones do popular, it's, like, a bunch of Biz videos. I want to click a pull button, but if honest, I don't know what I want from EU5 stylistically. I derive most of my enjoyment in the game from learning about geography and history. Yeah, it's complicated then. That's crazy how much of you guys have responded simulationist, though. I think there's definitely a selection bias in my community, though. Like, my community is more likely to be simulationist. God, there's no way for us to get dev modifiers. Really wish we could get some, but we can't. Man, it's always interesting to see in, like, Twitch chat, like, people, like, talk to each other and, like, will recognize each other and, like, say hello to each other, but, like, that never happens in the YouTube chat, basically. Like, chatters are just more friendly and, like, seem more community-oriented with each other than the YouTube chat. Caught up on modifiers, like Playmaker. I mean, I think Playmaker I think stylistically, Playmaker would prefer an arcadey approach to the game. I don't think it's the arcadey and simulation viewpoints are necessarily mutually exclusive in every scenario. No, they're definitely not. There's definitely improvements you can make to the game that are one or the other. But the thing is I think in a lot of instances, where people are disliking dev changes or this type of thing, in a lot of spots, it's where they are trying to cater to one or the other, and they cater to one and then they make the other worse. Although maybe this is okay. Maybe if you like... Maybe this is just good, where you you make the game 50% better in one category or something for the simulation crowd, but 25% worse for the arcade people, and then you do one that's 50% better for the arcade people and 25% worse for the simulationist people, and at the end of the day, it's like net positive. Something like this. Truces are forever. Yeah, maybe that's good. Maybe that does just work. XBenji132, thank you for the resub. Please help me remember that I gotta give you a Prime sub, gotta get that stimulus. Thank you. I'm not sure how I can help you remember. Much appreciated, my guy. You do get a subby. Part of the problem with the experience level of the player, I imagine if a newish player, Biz is a bitch. Yeah, that might be true. And maybe some of the levers you have just shouldn't be levers in the way. Imo Tinto is... You wrote ist instead of is or isn't, and now I don't know which one you mean. I assume there's a... Making the T keystroke is hard unless you're trying to do isn't, so I'm assuming that's your position. Baseline game isn't great, and now improve on that, add more depth, etc. Not sure. Product management and software development life cycle is in a nutshell, yep. Where you just never clear the queue of things you have to fix. What if they added an intimidation mechanic where the AI gets beaten too badly in a coalition, they go being much more defensive than declaring first? I think that seems kind of low priority. But I think the AI spiking a coalition and getting beaten isn't that common occurrence anyways, making a mechanic for it. For just the AI behavior. I don't know. Just swap Latin Hellenism as biz. How do I get a specific omen? It's a random. It's a loot box, brother. Loot box. Is there a world where we want to be allies with this guy so that we can improve cultural opinion? And then I think we're already on the road to flipping that guy's culture and annexing him. So I don't think we want to get off that road. In fact, this guy's culture converted everything, so let's cede him this province now, which we've been holding for some time. So that he could culture convert it. I think if they made the game easier to run on speed 6 or 7 without pauses, it would fix a lot of the complaints people have about the pace of the game. Yeah, so one of the things is I'm a fan of is reducing clicks. I think that automation's supposed to be in the next patch. I think if you're playing without the auto expand mod, you're crazy. But if they include basically all the features in the auto expand mod in vanilla, I'll be very happy. There's a selection bias and people don't know what they want a surprising amount of the times. I think that this is also true. I think Arcades may be a little bit dismissive as well. Like, I maybe should have made it gameplay versus arcade. You can't really answer each other in YouTube chat unless you specifically add someone. Yeah, but you can just type in chat assuming that they're reading it. I guess YouTubers maybe full screen. But I am assuming the chatters don't full screen. Honestly, I only recognize a few regulars on the YouTube, and I'm shy. Fuck you all. Yeah, based. Twitch has a better chat function. Yeah, this is kind of, I think, a big part of it as well. YouTube has, I think, the better player, because you can, like, rewind on YouTube. I'm on part 3, so I'm out again. Okay. Okay. My complaint is that Johan and crew don't explain why content gets changed. Still don't understand what values are supposed to be. I think in a couple of spots, Johan has talked a little bit about some of the value changes, but I think philosophically, he wants both directions to be viable, which isn't how I would try and balance the values necessarily. I think that some values, one should just be better than the other, and it should just be harder to push it. Some values, they should be roughly even. And then some values should maybe be phasic in nature, where they're good in the early game, but bad later on. He could be Germans, and ist means is. True. The UI for YouTube streams kind of suck. Well, if you don't like the UI, why watch on YouTube? How's Brandenburg going? It's going a little slow. I should try and stay on pause. It's going slow because our freaking guy died before he could become emperor, and now we have this idiot who's an idiot. This was popular because it was a challenge and there was a clear goal before the mission tree got introduced. Now they are favorite in the region. Yeah. I want the stumbling block to be expanding to be mostly other countries, but overall I feel the game is going in the right direction. I do too. I think it's going slower than I would like, and to the extent people complain about that, I'm in agreement with them, but like, so many people are so hostile. I'm one of those playing with auto expand. You're gonna love when they include that as like a feature. It's significant. Like here, we're not like y'all. These books, these things keep expanding. We're just watching them expand, and we're like thinking through how we want to spend our money a little bit, and if we have changes we want to make, and this type of thing. But we're letting it do its thing. I think I'm making Berlin printing rights. The thing is, plus 15% isn't really... I don't know if that's enough. If we want to make it a megalopolis, we probably just don't want any of those. But we can make Stettin... Or Stettin's not a city, and I think we already gave out granary rights, yeah. We're doing this because we're floating the legitimacy, and then we're gonna grab it. But that should help out population growth in this province. Yeah, look at this, 0.91. How much are we getting for food storage? 0.32. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, so urbanization just like is a lot better with the new things, the new toys. that we can't afford. You rewind on Twitch too? Don't you need like Twitch Prime? A lot of YouTube viewers watch from the start. Yeah, the VODs stay up forever. I always thought I was in the full simulation crowd until I played EU5. I think a lot of people like want to simulation in theory, but not in practice. And theory is practice in theory, but not in practice. Printing press kind of doesn't work for Chinese because you need a unique typeset for each word. You can't repeat characters like you can with an alphabet. I don't know enough about this to like comment on it. I don't know enough about the Chinese printing press and how it was impactful for China. But I guess that makes sense. Values being polarized is kind of silly. Why can't I stay at 0 and be a idiot centrist? You could. They would have to redesign the system. Like, right now the system is, like, balanced around the player having agency and wanting to push stuff towards the middle. And to some degree, often pushing one of these far to the side requires a cost in that you have to give up the opposite thing. So, if we have a slight trend towards decentralization, we'll maintain it. But if we wanted to push the decentralization, we have to stack a ton of it, and that has a cost. And so it's really easy to stay in the middle. Or it's a lot easier to stay in the middle than it is to move towards one of the poles with the way the game's mechanics work. So I think that you should have to have one just be better than the other, but... Is it just the Vic3 auto-expand? No, it's quite a bit better. Because you can... Here, we can show off a little bit of kind of what it is. Because I think we could right-click to open the menu. No. Right-click to open the menu here. So we're not using this yet. But we can set parameters where at a certain level of discounts... for you having the construction good inputs and a certain level of control, it will just auto-build all these things. So we can do that, let's say for bridges. If we have at least a 10% discount on a bridge, and at least 25 control, we'll have bridges just auto-construct. Okay? We won't do it in our subject's territory. And I don't think that there's... I'm not sure that there's anything that fits that parameter, but we'll see when the month passes. But this is very, very nice if you're managing a large empire, and you can do stuff like auto-build market villages. And just build one level of a market village in places. And what this does is it takes... basically, you can put in a heuristic for what you want to do, and you can also have a certain amount of gold you want to save and this type of stuff. Like, there's a lot here where let's maybe do minus 5%. Like, we honestly would just like a settlement basically anywhere, and it doesn't matter how much control it has. Actually, I think it... No, it doesn't matter how much control it has. And maybe we even want to do it in our subjects. Because it's such a strong building. And so now, when we make a colony and it's a subject, it's just going to auto-build settlements there, which is going to be nice. Is there a chance that multiplayer games are extremely unstable? I don't know. Next Dominion's when? I was gonna do it this evening or tomorrow morning. I mean, I have just like 20 episodes recorded. Because it took me 60-something turns. Books are cheap and you don't need a lot. 1600s I still can supply book demand with Scriptorium. Values would be more interesting if they came with more significant downsides when you max them. Yeah, but the point is like, the downside is that it's difficult to max them. I don't know if I like them. From a design perspective, all values are good. I don't know about making them a mixed bag, because pushing them generally has cost. It's too easy to urbanize everything. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why they got rid of the... Well, the penalty for food production maybe didn't make that much sense. I think the entire, like, apparatus upon which, like, food production is constructed maybe has issues. It's dumb you can push full serfdom and then also pump up peasant literacy at the same time. Yeah, maybe that should have a malus. That's fair. I kind of think that serfdom should be good early on and bad late game. Koreans developed printing press before Europe. It got stopped from adaptation by the bureaucratic class and forgotten to time. And they had an alphabet, right? Korea uses an alphabet, does it not? Can you take over the Hansa? Oh, maybe. Is there a special CV for this? I kind of ignore the banks in the Hansa, to be honest, the building-based countries, and then I get mad when I see them. Because you can't, like, annex banks. Even if you control all the locations. Getting Vic 3 construction yard, over construction, doom spiral flashbacks. To flashbacks, that wasn't even that long ago. Yeah, I think we're researching exploration right now. We're not. Oh, we needed this. What are we doing with ourselves? Alright, so we'll go for the rights of the Burgers Law, then we'll do the thing. Is this a mod? The auto expand? Yeah, it's a mod. But they're going to be folding it in vanilla. That's an example of something. Or, I don't know if they're folding this. Automation is on the docket. I feel like they would include this. If humanism gives +1 tolerance of heretics, spiritualism gives scales up to -0.5. Then 0 might be a viable path. To be fair, this is an example of a value where, like, one is not strictly better than the other, but they are both good. Because you get the malice. Same for trade. For our Mamluks run, when we had the plan of just controlling one area only, the proximity didn't matter as much as the trade range, and our plan for that was to stay at the 0 for this. Furu Shigami, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Also, you didn't need the extra, if you're only playing in one province or one area, you don't actually need more governors, so pushing naval for that didn't make much sense. I wish game's UI looked like this mod's UI. Yeah, that's Connor. He's on our Discord somewhat actively. I think he's doing crazy work. Alright. Still think Granary Town is kind of the way to go for the first one. Then we'll get the +15 there. That goes in the game, I can see people like, for example me, just copying someone else's settings and not think about it ever. Well, I don't think you could just, from the start, have settlement on auto-expand or bridge or like this type of thing. I think you have to wait until you hit certain breakpoints. But it makes it, like, so much better from, like, the fact that we have all these. You can see the auto expand with the green and the red circle, this type of stuff. We're not adding these ourselves, but, like, when we, it's very nice for, like, when an additional level can be built, it just automatically gets built. Play pattern wise, it's very nice. I think we wanted to urbanize this to make more tools. Decentralization has malices and bonuses, inverting other values, but this is a new thing and not a pillar of the value design. I mean, as far as I know, naval and land has always had a plus and a minus. Does Connor make mods? Not that Connor, a different Connor. It's not the Connor you are thinking of. Did you do it to some other subject in the last 10 years? Yeah, I'm like 42 we culture converted these guys or something. I don't see the cooldown. How's the annexation going on this guy? To be honest, we will get there eventually. We might just turn around and release them as a subject, but... He's not looking here, poor Twitches. What do you mean? What do you mean he doesn't look? Oh, sorry, you're good. No, I know you're primarily coming from the Vic 3 streets, Ham. Different environment. But on Discord, he also is just like Connor, I think. He might be why Connor had to be Connor Vic 3. Womp womp. The OG Connor. Except not really, I kind of think he just came with the EU5 crowd. I don't remember him chatting before then. He just does them in batches and with delay, yeah. Except that one I read pretty quick here. Eddie, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Or did I miss Toru Shigami? Is that what we're talking about? Thank you for the follow, if I missed it. I know the top, the 10-year stuff, I will check the tooltip that you I mentioned. Wait, why is your comment not showing up in my thing? Oh, it is. Just kidding. I need to scroll down. All Connors descend from a common ancestor. This is true. We're kind of waiting on this. Oh, but now we're eligible to be emperor. Okay, okay. We have 3 votes even. We could bribe this guy. We feel like we should be the top of the list automatically. Oh, we maybe should have waited a little bit. Oh, now we have more people voting for us. So we just need this idiot to die. She's in his 50s. By the way, why are the Teutons still alive? They're part of the HRE, and the HRE is past the bull or whatever, which makes it so that we automatically get peace sealed if we declare on another member of the HRE. So the objective is to become emperors so that we can conquer the Teutonic Order so that we can form Prussia. Hello. Hey, Ed80. I've been following you on YouTube for a long time, but was now able to catch you live stream here too. Thank you, thank you. This is true until you name your pet rock, Connor. Common ancestor still. You've little faith. Is this the one that gives us 5% tax, I think? Yeah, it is. Oh, we are pushing land, so we could do that and then fail it. We do this one. That should be good. We should be getting a ton of money now. That just answers my question about landslide. Yeah. Northern Italy is imperial? Is it? Looks like it is. And like all of Provence and shit got added too. France has taken a bunch of land though. It looks like some has been lost to Naples as well. So not the strongest emperorship. In fact, maybe that's why they think that we could do it better. It's been like 100 years of brick wars, just like God intended. It is the Holy Roman Empire, isn't it? After all. Are you going humanist? Yeah, to test it out. I think it's kind of unnecessary to culture convert stuff. But we are going to go Protestant too. Or as well. And that might help a little bit. Or we were planning on pushing it. Why can't we... Why aren't we pushing it down? We must have a modifier from something. Minus 0.25 and plus 0.2. But we have the ratio. Alright, fair enough. Got me. But yeah, we are going humanist. Was there any worthwhile content for not swapping dynasties, or do we regret that choice? We regret that choice, because if we had swapped, we would have been able to... I think that was breaking our wars earlier, or that was breaking us from becoming emperor. We couldn't become emperor when we were like a Wittelsbach. I wish that we did that. We got debated by chat. Chat told us that this is what you're supposed to do, and then we did it, and then chat was like, heh 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 heh, silly Billy, and we cried. Because there's one thing I hate, and it's being called a silly Billy. Truly, this is the worst. Is theologian with admiral election the easiest, fastest way to help you expand? The religion, yeah. I think that the military bonuses that aristocracy gets are better. I would mention that you no longer get the auto... Jesus, fuck, dude. He's an idiot sinner. I think you're more likely to roll shit traits if you have low stats, but... Terrible. Hopefully we produce an error and get rid of this guy. Oh, I'm so sleepy all of a sudden. Oh, it's because I only slept for like 3 hours. That'll do it. Okay. I think I'm gonna stretch and use the restroom. And then I'll be right back. Sounds like typical YouTube chat behavior, not like this. Chat is like the riddle with two people, one that always tells the truth and one that always lies. Who will you believe? Which chat lies more? Let's start a poll. YouTube or Twitch? I'm curious. So I think that both YouTube and Twitch will say that they're more honest. But I actually, what I'm more curious to is what the differential is between the two. Who thinks that they lie less by a bigger margin? I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Oh, I made the second option on the Twitch one just chat, not Twitch chat. I guess it was kind of self-explanatory. Alright, so Twitch... YouTube is 1/3 of YouTube thinks that YouTube lies more and 2/3 Twitch. And it's also a third on the other one. Oh man. But in the other direction. Where they think 2/3 YouTube lies more than Twitch. Man, with the new Batman movie, that one, like... I forget the exact line, but it goes so hard. Like, what does the liar do when he dies? He lies still. It's like, oh, so good. All right. One of the things is we can't have a burger in cabinet. And we want a burger in cabinet, although we currently don't have a burger in cabinet, so that's maybe an issue. We can't have a burger in cabinet if we do if we do curtail the burgers, which gives us the most direct income. I'm inclined to go for the prod efficiency. Let's go for the prod efficiency. I think that'll be alright. I think that'll be good. You need a third option, all of the above. Big true. Yeah, both are pretty firm on 2-to-1 ratio, where the other one votes more. Wow, this really humanizes the other side. Maybe Twitch chatters are people. Be careful. Such wild speculation. But yeah, they're basically voting the exact same, just with their tribe in reverse. I feel like referring to Twitch as humans and people is degrading to real humans and people, says a YouTuber. Clearly chat is the right answer. Chat just generally lies. How to deal with the land fleet as a HRE minor? Become emperor. Expand somewhere else. I don't know, we've been eating chunks of Denmark. We're gonna become emperor soon here, though. We bribed this guy, right? Yeah, we did. No, it doesn't matter. Oh, we've said so much to Boho. Alright, we're gonna do it though. It's because their eco is really big. For that Faivas. Actually, they're our ally. We probably didn't need to do that. I'm gonna go Protestant and immediately lose Emperor. More like take the Teutonic Order over and form Prussia immediately. More like that. Hey journalist, hey Chad, how's it going? Hello, hello. Playing Biz, got a warning that succession crisis might trigger 1460 when legitimacy dropped under 80. Womp womp. Did you not trigger it before? Did you fade it? Did you save scum it? New poll, who lied on their vote? This is a good one. Who lied on their vote? YouTube or Twitch? It's almost 50-50. Still more YouTubers, but... I should have used a pejorative for the other group. For both of them. Rookie mistake. When should I start spamming council halls? I don't know, the building's really expensive. It's like a math question. But this costs 400 ducats, right? Actually, probably pretty early that you'd want to do this. Because the base price for a building is 100. Well, so here's the thing. It is 4 times the cost of a building. Base price, right? Actually, it's not necessarily super early. So, like, the break point where it's more worth it to do that than just to build another building is going to have to do with how much control you already have there and what your other economic opportunities are. Here we have 92 control. So, getting an additional 5 control is really going to increase our control by, or our income in this place by around 5.5. Now, if we had 50% control, it would increase it by, or 5.5%. It would increase it by 10%, right? So how much control you have is going to affect the math. But you need a, if you have, just to make the math simpler, if you have a ratio, if you have 100 control, you're going to need a ratio of like 80 to 1 of eco buildings. Assuming all the eco buildings make the exact same amount of money, which isn't the case, because in truth, you're increasing the value off your most profitable buildings is going to have more value, so it's not going to be actually 80, so it'll be less, but to the point where you get the exact same eco benefit from building one of those. But those create economic opportunities, the other stuff deletes economic opportunities, so it's a little bit more complicated. But if you have, like, 50 control, then you only need, like, 40 buildings. Although, if you have 50 control, you probably shouldn't have that amount of buildings in the first place. So it's probably going to be a little bit more targeted, but this is always going to be plus EV as well. And so as the margins on these buildings start to squeeze down, you're going to prefer building the council because this will also... spin up your economic opportunities. By creating demand for these industries, which are generally kind of good industries. Local compound power is also nice. And probably worth quantifying or thinking through. I think we'll add one actually in Brandenburg though. We were not at max control there. In fact, we're at 84 control. So this actually might be more economically worth it, but we also can't add any more of each of these industries, and these industries are going to be the most profitable, so like the next marginal like industry... Actually, this is really profitable. It might have been better to expand this... Oh, we can't expand the Spinners Guild. Already fully expanded. And here we want to use those opportunities elsewhere. So yeah. Now I can lie twice. This guy gets it. 75% say Twitch lied on their vote of the YouTubers. And for the Twitch people, 75% say Twitch lied on their vote. I love democracy. This is so perfect. Tribalism conveyed via vote. It's easy to avoid it early. Basilia says 25% chance to lose the sickly trait. That's wild, because I think I've run Biz at the start 4 times and I've not seen it. I guess that's not that big a deviation. What if I like making the control map more green? Then always. Or you want to avoid specifically getting anything to 100 control, so I guess you delete them. If you like green. Is it worth it to investigate the upgrade of the market? It's so damn expensive compared to local capacity to improve shipping. SP playing wet. I don't know what you're asking me. The upgrade of the market. Are you talking about building... Ooh, I don't know if we've even researched the tech. You're talking about building market warehouses? Or not an entrepot? So sometimes market attraction's actually a negative modifier, and sometimes it's a good modifier, it depends. We've been infiltrated, stop the count, the vote is gerrymandering. Stop the count, steal the count, stop the steal, steal the count. Count's like 1, 2, 3. I'm being stolen. I am a Muppet. But alas, he's already been stolen. Shout out to the count. Yeah, I guess we could start adding more council halls and stuff. We learned nothing. Checkmate, Twitch. Yes, yes. Okay. Let's see if we can at least discover the new world. Anyone watch The Boys? I watched the finale last night. I guess spoilers, because I brought it up. So, I'll give you guys a second to... I don't know. Turn off the stream. Why were temples control replaced with these town halls? I think that the temple was like a super... they didn't give a reason for it, but like the temple seemed like a really overtuned building. This seems a little bit more balanced, except I don't like that you can get up to 10% control, but okay. I don't like flat control as a modifier. I kind of just think it shouldn't be in the game at all. But, okay. And we've just kind of put them down where we have a lot of tax base. In terms of how we're playing. Am I imagining things when I think it's harder to crash prices? You're not. It's way harder to crash prices. In particular, if there's multiple goods as the input. You just kind of get it to at least even. Because you can definitely do that. Oh, the upgrade of the marketplace line? No, I don't think it is worth it. You pay so much out the ass. I think this is like not... So, here you're paying 50 ducats for the building. For the upgraded one, you pay 200 ducats, so you pay 4 times as much. And you don't get any additional assimilation speed. You only get 50% more trade advantage. You only get 50% more trade capacity. You don't get any additional market access. And you don't get any, or you get more burgers trade capacity. Yeah, so I think that you should just not even research the tech. Which, it's not really that well, yeah. But here, this one's different. The Grand Marketplace is different. Grand Marketplace does give additional market access. And more pop assimilation speed. It is going to be quite a bit more, though. And it is giving 2 trade capacity, but it costs 16 times as much as a marketplace. So... is it worth? Probably, but I'm not sure. I watched it. Oh yeah, I started talking about The Boys and then I got distracted. Last season does feel lower quality than the starting season. Last season felt like such ass. I don't think I've disliked... I mean, I enjoyed watching it just because I was, like, already invested, but, like, in terms of, like, season quality, and I guess they didn't, like, fuck everything up. But in terms of like the only game where I like dislike the last season more, or game, shows Game of Thrones. I think I avoided the last 2 seasons of The Boys. Like I avoided the last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna watch. I didn't watch this last season of The Witcher with what's his name instead of Cavill. EU5 feels bad to me right now because all the nations feel the same after 50 to 100 years. I'm with you to some extent, but also, like, the more hours you play of games, or Paradox games in general, the more this will feel true. Like, kind of, regardless of anything. The Boys got popular as a mockery of superhero shit when everyone was fatigued of Marvel, though. Yeah, I think the premise of The Boys is amazing, but, like, eventually it just became, like... Look, I'm pretty liberal. This may come as a shock to none of you, but I'm pretty liberal. Although I guess there's people who are way more liberal than me. But, like, the heavy-handed, like, the analogies of, like, drawing between Trump and, like, Homelander, like, just seem, like, really heavy-handed and, like, forced. And Homelander did not seem like, this parallel was more parallel rather, or I guess less parallel. It was much more, to the extent that there was one, it was much more subtle, whereas, like, in the first 2 seasons, but I think that they, like, laid it on, like, uber thick later on, which I don't necessarily have a problem with satire. I like satire, but, like, it's not well written. And it's not, like, a direct parallel. Like, you're transforming the character into a character that has different motivations. Like, the underlying guts of the character are just, like, different. So you're, like, using it as a mouthpiece in, like, a forced way rather than a organic way. Probably worth in competitive markets. Yeah, if you really, really value the trade capacity, but I think that often you value the market access more. The ability to max market access by upgrading the marketplace is strong, depending on how far out from the market center. Also free up building slots. I stopped watching The Witcher when Cavill left, like, halfway through the season. Yeah, I didn't even watch the beginning. The like, one character, I saw some clips of it. The one character seems sweet. Like, the guy who kills Witchers, but I couldn't be bothered to, like, watch the show over that. I do not get to watch shows very often. I think I'm not gonna... I think I'm just gonna rewatch Season 1 of Westworld instead of starting some new show. Did we not assimilate all that? Why is it not a core? Okay. I came in late, so I don't know what y'all talking about. Fair. We don't discover the new world. No, we wanted to. Could have gotten on that a little bit earlier. I don't like that this one's only tools. That seems really lame. Because you won't actually be able to make full use out of it. The UI for this is kind of rough, though. I think I might leave feedback about that. Like, you look at this and you think you're actually going to get 20%, and you don't get 20%, you get 15%. Like, I think that this is just... Either the modifiers should be mutually exclusive, or, like, Because right now we're getting -5% from textile rights and +5%. I feel that. I've gotten into the habit of rewatching the old goodies rather than try and watch something new. It makes me feel like a boomer. Well, like, the way that they make when I want to watch something, I actually want to watch something. I don't want to just, like, scroll on my phone. Like, and the way that they write new shows now is just so insipid. Because, like, 100% of the exposition is going to be in dialogue now. Like, they write shows, and they're going to repeat the exposition and the motivation of the characters, like, 15 times. And one of the reasons they do this is to make the shows more watchable for people on their phones. But it actually just makes the show shit to watch. Like, and you can even see this in the, like, last season of The Boys. Like, they invest less money in stuff on the screen, like special effects and, like, fight scenes and this type of stuff. And it's all dialogue, so you can just, like, listen to it. And, like, Huey, like, they repeat the fucking exposition and, like, plot, like, things like 15 times, and it's so repetitive. Like, we have to get the virus, we have to get the virus, we have to get the virus, we need the virus to kill Homelander, we need we need to get the virus like, it's over and over and over again, and it's so shit to, like, watch if they are written in that way to be consumed, like, by people who are on their phones. And you, like, see it all the time. And also, like, rather than having the climaxes, because the goal is just to get you hooked to the show, rather than having the climactic episodes, like, at the end, where they have big budget for these big, like, set-piece type scenes, instead they have it in the fucking first episode. So, like, there's not, like, a payoff at the end. They have the big explosion-y type thing that's, like, really cool and, like, a lot of their budget, to the extent that they have special effects budget or whatever. It's on the first episode. Also sex scenes, but this is just, like, a classic. Shout out to Loud Car Outside, where they've had, like, the sex scenes in, like, the first episode just to, like, try and get you hooked. That's, like, an age-old classic, but, like, it makes the shows just blow, man. Like, you could tell, like, the shows that are, like, designed for, like, Netflix versus, yeah. It's great that there's only one season of Westworld and they never made more. True. I actually like the second season. Westworld's the only show where I actually enjoyed my second watching of it more. But yeah, the second season's okay-ish, but, like, the first season's just absolutely incredible, and then it's very fast downhill. You expand through shade provinces after amassing enough sticks and stones. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's, like, a complete topic shift. You expand through the shade provinces after amassing enough sticks and stones came in to obliterate them through ethereal. Yeah, but it's a ton of sticks and stones, guys. There's so many. I don't know if I don't think I used the sticks and stones, guys. I just massed enough. You'll see it, I guess, in the next episode, but I just built enough demon priests that I could just, like, blast them with magic, basically. Wasn't there someone who said that Netflix forced them the exposition out loud when they were making the movie and forced them to write that in the script? I think it was Matt Damon. Yeah, I don't remember. We saw the same interview. I'm not, like, extrapolating this stuff entirely, like, independent of having seen someone else see it. But having seen it, like, it's very obvious that The Boys was written in that way. And, like, bro, like, I don't know. I'll listen to an audiobook if I just, like, want to, like, listen to, like, something. You know what I mean? Like, I have the technology. And it's, like, it's crazy that technology is, like, being built for us to be designed, or to be, technology is being designed for us to, like, already be distracted. Like, for us to be attending to multiple screens simultaneously. Like, I understand that for a lot of you guys, you're playing the game right now, and I'm just on the second monitor. Which, there's not a problem with that. But, like, it's this crazy all their incentive structures are for engagement, not actually giving you quality stuff that you enjoy. It's just keeping you hooked onto the screen for as long as possible so that they could sell more ad revenue. And so now you have these systems where they're encouraging behavior where they, because the phone is grabbing at your attention, and they know the phone is grabbing at your attention, they make something that is a better product to be consumed while you're on your phone at the same time. And so these systems in conjunction with each other are selling your attention, like simultaneously, and they're being designed to sell your attention simultaneously. So they're selling ad revenue on two like screens at once, and they are all aware that they're doing this, and it's to like saturate like the amount of ad revenue like that they can like extract rather than actually producing it like a good product. Like the social media apps aren't like designed to make you happy or even connect with people. They're just designed to maximize engagement. And like this is also true with the dating apps. The dating apps like to some extent are designed to like suck balls, because if they're effective, then you don't need them anymore. And so they are more effective when they're not effective. Writing movie for the lowest common denominator falls apart when that denominator isn't even paying attention. I mean, they're doing what they do. I just like... Oh, we already had a kid. We needed to do that. We needed to convert before we had a kid. Back in my day, Bond had to save the world before he got to bang. Yeah. Chivalry is dead. Basically. Show Severance is the only modern show that doesn't feel like it's constantly insulting the viewer by explaining everything. Westworld didn't explain shit. We should all go back and watch Westworld. He called me out. I have him on the second monitor while playing Ottomans on the main. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I think that it's at least thematically like you're doing the same thing, but like if you were watching like The Boys on the second monitor, like so here it's EU5 and EU5, right? So like I don't think it's like that bad, but it, like or like bad at all really. But like if you were watching The Boys on the other monitor, it's like not that this is the consumer's fault. I don't mean to say that this is the consumer's fault, but it's because of like the double monitor like content, let's say, that like The Boys like wants to like write the thing like that. I don't know, like I wish there was almost like a tag, like this was designed for people who this is second monitor content, or TikTok scrolling, this is a TikTok scrolling show or whatever, and or this is a different thing. Kind of want to go for trade range. God, it feels like a scam that we don't have as much gold. We could go for the iron output. We don't even have that much iron, though. I think we'll go for the building cost, actually. Let's go for this-ish. EU5 is the second monitor? Hell yeah, brother. I'd say you're the same way, but I've seen you stream Dominions. Wait, what? At the moment, anytime I watch a movie series, it's just shitty writing, and I have it on my second monitor, and the only time I look at it is when nothing's being said. That usually means stuff is happening. Or when big music plays, the volume of the music determines, but yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like capacity for enjoyment of things like goes down the like lower your attention span is, and like everything is like conspiring together to lower our attention span. I want more movies where they don't talk and just show shit and let people figure it out what they mean. Yeah, the movies used to be like this. Movies used to have twists where they didn't fucking tell you like 5 times. Also turning movie-length concepts into 8-episode miniseries, stuff with filler because it farms more watch hours. Yep. Isn't it Ezra Klein, not Urza? Alright, one more core. I think we're still coring this. How's this guy doing? Yeah, we're not gonna feed him the other province yet. Because they kind of suck at converting if you... This guy is actually sucking balls. What's going on? Oh, he just started on it. Alright, yeah. We haven't progressed that much in the last... Yeah, we've been distracted. Hopefully this guy dies soon. I think we'll be able to buy multiple favors. EU5 Korean on one screen, Generalist on the other. Malazan, series excellent if anyone still reads books. That's another thing, is like, it's so fucking wild to me that like 20% of the US population is functionally illiterate. Can we not build the lower level form of it? Oh, we can now. They changed that system. Okay. Because the lower level form of it is way more cost effective. Because they increase the benefits like linearly. But the cost isn't like linear, the cost is like exponential. It doubles every age, so like in theory... Actually, we probably just should have built the upgraded one, but whatever. Maybe not. This is maybe correct. Currently have 3 Panoias over the age of 70 with no heirs, finished culture and religion conversion, max speed so I can finally use them. Nice. I want to start watching The Silo and The Fountainhead, but wanted to read the books first. The series are pretty good. Fountainhead's classic. I think I've read The Fountainhead multiple times, but I have no recollection of the plot. It's been so many years, not because I didn't pay attention. Because it's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Yeah, we just don't have much control or market access out here. Still. I think eventually it's going to be good. I think eventually we make a market somewhere in here, so... This is kind of a market dead zone. We could do it in Storp. I think we want it over here by Danzig. The BBC Sherlock is an example of this. You need to be given evidence to try to figure it out yourself. Instead, it feels like a surprise. Mind Palace, cool. Solution game. Can you figure it out ahead of time? Austria wants an alliance. We say nah. Ah, my toothpick. Because we'll go over Diplocap. I don't think we failed to research the Diplocap, yeah. So we don't have like a quick solution to that. The solution's just for us to get stronger relative to them. Foundation was not Fountain. The Fountain is a huge yak man. Yeah, my brain is auto-completing books, or it must be. 48 hours on EU5 and 920 on EU4. I think EU4 is a better game by far. EU5 doesn't feel finished. I mean, I think that they're different games, but it doesn't have 10 years of development. I think if you want to go back to 1.2, EU5 or EU4 1.2 and EU5 1.2 and compare them, you know, I don't think it was unfinished in the sense. Look, I think that the standard for what constitutes a finished game is probably just, and should be, different for like a grand strategy game versus like a regular like AAA title or whatever. And like I think compared to like a AAA like strategy title, EU5 like on release feels complete. I think if you're comparing it to another Paradox title that's had 10 years of development because of the way that they do development of those games, it doesn't feel complete. But that's because that's not how these games work. They're like living games. Like you're buying in on the premise and the like bones of the game. Immigration is an underrated contributor to that stat in the U.S. Oh no. Let's check. Do we trust the... do we trust the Google Copilot search thing, or do we investigate further? The classic issue. Sorry. Flashbang warning. Here, wait. Everyone pull out your sunglasses. Alright. 4 out of 5 adults possess medium to high literacy skills, which enable them to compare and contrast information, paraphrase, etc., etc. Roughly 41 million have difficulties. 34% born outside the U.S., highlighting demographic disparities. So this is a higher rate, yes, than the immigrant population rate. So it does contribute to pulling it up, but that's still 14% are people who were not born outside the U.S. and are functionally illiterate. So I think 14% is still pretty fucking big. Also, the immigrant population is 15%, so they have a 200% rate relative to base rate. So that means 3.5% of that percentage, roughly speaking, is a consequence of the immigration, not like a full 7%. So like, if that makes sense, because math. But also, I tend to, anytime someone blames something on immigration, I tend to be a little bit leery of it, because usually when people blame something on immigration, they're incorrect. Or, not necessarily incorrect. Incorrect's not the right word. Usually when someone's blaming something on immigration, they're vastly overstating the effect that immigration has on that thing, and it seems like more a consequence of people tending to want to blame and scapegoat immigrants than like actually getting to the thing. Bro uses Bing? Yeah, I trust myself, okay? To some extent. And I remember there was a reason why I was boycotting Chrome, and I can't fucking remember what it was at this point. This was a minute ago, but as you pulled up on my phone to listen to as I deliver pizza to work. That's interesting. I try and talk basically constantly when I'm doing streams or whatever. So, in terms of content that doesn't require you to actually be watching my screen, I think I probably do a generally good job as a streamer. But I think if you watch like a TV show and watch me at the same time, that doing something and listening is different than like. I think that is probably there's a difference between doing like 2 passive medias or 2 active medias and doing 1 passive and 1 active. Because driving around and then like listening to me like it's the radio, that seems kind of that doesn't seem like an issue to me, and playing the game and listening to me doesn't seem like an issue. But I think if you're watching a television show and watching me at the same time, then that's crazy. Like, so, because both of those are passive. Or, if you're playing EU5 and delivering pizzas, that seems crazy. Yeah. I thought I didn't like EU4, but it turned out I didn't like EU4 1.0. Yeah, you want to talk about uber bare bones? EU4 is, like, insanely bare bones. We do not trust Google Gemini AI search. No. I've had conversations with people who play different games that have a sense of the same problem. The Sims had years of DLC, and people were disappointed with the new version. Same with Football Manager. But the point is that previous game had 10 years of development. After the release, the current one hasn't had yet. Yeah, I mean, like, I think if you want to, like, have that type of, like, discussion that this game's not even finished yet, like, you just, like, have to reject, like, the model at which Paradox does stuff. You know what I mean? Like, the level at which people make their objection, like, at the game level, rather than, like, at the entire, like, model of, like, doing a game that's, like, a long-standing development game, I think is, like... Yeah. Higher rate, but not the whole rate. Yeah, around 200%. That seems reasonable. Also, it's, like, it's harder to be literate, It's a lot harder to be literate if you come to the country and then you're ESL, right? English is your second language. And this, like, is a pretty significant speed bump in your education. It's one you can overcome. It generally requires additional help. And so... I actually have a friend who taught ESL students, yeah, and that was, like, his thing is, like, I think he taught history. He might have taught English during that time period. He's kind of taught both. Would you rather go on a 5-hour bus trip with 20 hungry wolves or one guy who really likes to talk about Linux? Bro, I like dogs. Probably the wolves. The wolves probably either goes, like, really okay or really bad. Biased or overblowing the statistics because Chrome eats up your memory. I don't think that was it. But I maybe that was. I feel like it's, like, something similar to, like, net neutrality or, like, I didn't like what I can't remember what it was. It was an objection to, like, some corporate thing. You're very good at keeping away from dead air. Thank you, thank you. I try to just not play the game in silence. I don't know. I think that that's like super boring to watch. Although if people like really wanted to see me like lock in and like play correctly as possible, it would involve playing in silence because I play a lot worse when I'm talking. Why do we have such angry nobles? They're angry as hell. We actually don't want progress towards offensive. I think we just let that pop. Living in the UK, a lot of people are currently blaming immigration. It's exactly what you described. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it's over-representation, and it's like, it's coming from the I don't like immigrants motivation rather than, like, trying to get to the truth motivation. Confirmation bias on I don't like immigrants, where, yeah, exactly, where most of those blaming things on immigrants come from. I'm not the biggest fan of the G. That's why I pay for Kagi for search. Google, I think, Google is I think the main service that gets me because there isn't really a replacement for it yet. Ask Jeeves. Oh no, wait, too soon? Yeah. I feel like only about 20% of what's being discussed on stream is game related. My bad. My bad, dog. Why the funny borders with Volgast? Because that's what we could get in a war when we could still declare wars, and we can't declare wars now until we're emperor. Which I kind of want to keep streaming until we become emperor. Currently, we're next in line. We could assassinate him and hope that we just don't get caught, but that seems loose. Loose at the very least. We'll keep trying to generate favors on electors, I think. Like, yeah, it can't be bad, right? We already sent him money. We'll do this. He took it off? The shades? Yeah, it was no longer flashbanging the audience. It's also like, it's kind of hard to read with the shades on, so it's actually really hard to read dev diaries with the shades on. That has to be like a very self-flagellant, like, well, 5 proc speed for forever way of doing things. I think the value of upgrading something to a town is probably less than actually the proximity value at this point. I really got to get a burger into cabinet next opportunity, though. Or what have we done? What have we done? 0.203. This man didn't do math before he looked. There we go. We just needed to wait for a rev. I think this also lets us get through here. English is my second language. Yep, it's harder to be literate in 2 languages than it is in 1. It's especially hard for the ESL people who like if you're younger, it's not too big a deal. But like if you like transition like I don't know, like the middle of high school, it's like, bruh, it's gonna be a little bit on the rough side. Not that, like, you can't do it, but, like, you know what I mean? Can we nab this guy? Yeah. could just right click, it just selects everything, so that would work. Wonder, it's interesting this splits into 2 groups. Why, what is this? This is the worst carpet siege I've ever seen. So there's nothing wrong with recent immigrants having a learning curve to reading functionally. I'd be in the same boat if I moved for a non-English speaking country. It feels pretty normal. Yeah, it does feel normal. Also, like, I feel like usually people, like, people talked about people will open up with a complaint about immigrants, and the therefore is just always left implied, but they never like say it out loud. It's an implied therefore, and people complain about the immigrants. They're like, oh, our literacy rate is lower, it's because of immigrants. It's like, okay, let's say this is true, which our literacy rate still has issues even without like the effect that we're getting from immigrants, but okay. Lower literacy rate. Well, what's the point? And it's generally like the point is to just complain with like kind of an amorphous in the background, like therefore we shouldn't let these people into our country, and they like don't want to say it out loud, but like people will also do this with like minorities where they don't even have like an objection, where they like so like people will do this with like African Americans in the United States. They'll complain about the crime rates, which per capita, African Americans commit more crimes. This is a statistical fact. And it's like, well, what's the therefore then? And like, you put the like screws to someone, and then they're just like, well, I'm just saying. And it's like, well, what do you mean though? Because like, what are you trying to say? Because you're bringing it up because you're trying to say something, and then they like don't want to like have the conversation anymore, and then they want to change the subject. But like the implication is like, or like, do you think we should treat them differently because like it is a deviation. It's not an enormous deviation, but like, is that the point? And I don't think that that's the point. And if that was a point, what we should really do is just treat young men differently. If you want to decrease like violent crime rates in the United States, and you wanted to have a different treatment for different groups, the one to target is young men, because young men overwhelmingly can like commit the violent crimes. But nobody's on board for that, because it's not about that. It's not about the crime rate. It's not about actually talking about the thing. It's about the tribalism. It's about the us versus them. That's like the real underlying motivation. Because if you were committed to reducing like, the criminal rate, you would go after young men. Which I'm not interested in doing something like imprisoning men, like, or like if you had like proactive prison, ages like 18 to 25 for men, you would almost certainly reduce the rate of violent crime. Like, that just seems like psychotic in 1984-ish, though. So, like, the point is often, like, therefore we should exclude them from our society, is, like, the unsaid point. But, like, whatever metric that they have, like, they don't want to apply that, like, evenly. They only want to apply it to the tribe. Because if you, like, follow up and you're like, oh, should we, anyone who is illiterate, should we just eject them from our society? They're like, no. It's like, well, so what are you really saying? You're not remembering because Chrome ate your memory? Womp womp. Driving a car is being passive and misnomer. It's in fact one of the most taxing activities on your brain. No, I'm saying driving is active. I'm saying that listening to me is passive. Yeah, you misunderstood what I meant by active and passive. Playing a video game and driving, those are both active. Playing a video game and listening, one's active, one's passive. Doing two passive things together, like, rubs me the wrong way. I think it's when you mix, like, a passive and an active, that seems fine to me, but... Big shout out to the developers, though. I can play this game on Linux. He's dropping the Linux time. Lock in and get all the way to next year, Kappa. Yeah, I'm sorry, my pace of play is not the best. I get distracted. Yeah, jump from Windows to Arch and it works just as well. He's 58k, let him run the game for a bit. Try. There are no real secrets in the game. How long is the ruler play? Live via long AI ruler changes? I think like the base, like, oh, I don't even know what the base, like, average lifespan is, but it gets longer as the game goes on because you're researching more of those texts that increase lifespan. Is he going theocracy? No, we're gonna stay monarchy for test. Flipping theocracy doesn't flip you admiral election anymore, though. As far as I understand. Welcome to the stream, Tarkus. I learned some as a kid and some in my teens, but in that, take random classes and check music lyrics and games kind of big deal. Yeah, being immersed in the culture, like, makes it easier. Rather than, like, trying to, like, actively learn, like, 2 hours a week or something. Not being as effective. Or it's just not going to be as effective. Do we have urbanization targets here? Yeah, let's put Stettin up to... Oh, is that the only one? Alright, fair. It's fucking expensive now that you don't get a max discount. I kind of never seen this talking point. We should disproportionately imprison Twitch chatters. In the UK, a lot of people are openly about sinking asylum seeker boats in the channel. That's fucking insane. That's like just murder. I don't know, like, the thing is like, when you... If you were to suggest that you should, like, it's always, like, the people who, like, it's always a tribal thing, because when you suggest, like, people always have an idea of, like, what you should do to all the people from Latin America, you know, in the US. At least the people who don't like the immigration from Latin America, right? And then when you suggest you do the same thing to Canadians, suddenly, like, they're not as, like, gung-ho about it. And you know what they should be saying? They should be saying, yeah, fuck those Canadians, too. If they were, like, ideologically consistent. But very often they're not. That's, like, I've done it a couple times, and I think it's really hilarious, but it always makes people, like, give me the face like I shit in their, like, laundry basket. Which is that, like, when someone in the sauna, because, like, I go to the gym, there's a lot of conservatives, I live in a relatively conservative area, and get in discussions with people, and they'll, like, try and complain about immigrants. And sometimes I go along with them, and I'm like, yeah, man, these fucking immigrants, they're taking all the jobs, yada, 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 etc., etc., and then, like, eventually I hit them with the punchline, which is, yeah, fuck them Canadians, which, I don't believe that, but the entire point is I'm, like, making fun of them. Because I don't think that they hate the Canadians, and they're obviously talking about, like, the Mexicans or whatever. Are they not already going after young men? Prisons are brimming. Well, I mean, they're going after young men to some extent because the young men are the ones committing the crimes. Overwhelmingly, like, just getting older is, or, like, the biggest predictor of someone, like, being a violent criminal, or, like, the two biggest predictors are, like, how old they are and what gender they are. Like, if you look at the statistics, it's, like, a 20-to-1 ratio, like, women to men who commits, like, the crimes, and then if you look at, like, the age breakdown, it's, like, something like 80% of crime is committed by men ages like 18 to 25, or people ages 18 to 25. Actually, it might even be men ages to like 18 to 25. It's like, it's insanely strong. So, like, anytime anyone hits me with, like, crime statistics regarding stuff, it's, like, usually that. But usually people don't do that. Usually they just complain about something that an immigrant has done recently, which is stupid, but that's what they have to complain about, because at least in the United States, this is not necessarily true for like European countries or someplace else. People have told me the statistics are different in other countries, but the base rate in the United States of immigrant crime is fucking lower, or the rate of immigrant crime is actually just lower than the base rate. So as you get more immigration to the United States, with the demographic that does immigrate to the United States, you actually become less likely to be the victim of a crime. Because that's how statistics works. Like, if you introduce a population that has a lower rate than the base rate, you pull the overall rate down. Now, that's an oversimplification, because people actually tend to just commit crimes against their own communities, so the crimes that immigrants commit tend to be against immigrants anyways. But instead what you get is, like, some news channel just, like, talking about immigrant crime as an anecdote, and they will report on it, like, incessantly, and it's, like, they don't cite, like, the statistics that, like, well, what's the base rate of, you know, violent crime amongst immigrants, and it's actually just fucking lower, so, like, or the rate is just lower than the US base rate. Are there actually people who watch multiple things at once? Yeah, I mean, like, psychopaths. Like, I just... Or, well, actually, I shouldn't even say that. Like, I think that that's increasingly common, like, in our... And going to be more increasingly common as we get our attention more and more, like, bifurcated by, like, impositions on our attention by modern technology as a consequence of them being rewarded by engagement rather than fulfilling our lives. Because I don't think you are as fulfilled when you're, like, watching two things at once. You're just, like, trying to hold on, and then you, like, your retention is shit, and, like, you can't remember what happened in that show because you're watching two shows at once. I tried to watch TikTok while watching the stream, and I got lost in the sauce, exactly. Singing asylum boats is honestly pretty mainstream as a discourse item in a lot of European countries. That's fucking insane. Trying to stop them is different, like, thing. I'll take. Yeah, womp womp. Fuck Canadians. General speak based. The Canadians can take it. Oh my god, but there is one Canadian I fucking hate. Kevin O'Leary. Holy shit. Y'all can have him back. Hate abortion, that's why I love gay people so much mentality? Yeah, exactly. You gotta hit it with that. You gotta... Bam. Careful comparing demographics to crime rate. Correlation obviously doesn't cause equal causation. Certain groups are more likely to be prosecuted. Yeah, so I think that a big factor in this is actually also that immigration tends to be more middle class rather than lower class, and crime correlates pretty strongly with, like, what is it, socioeconomic status, and, like, there's, like, a larger, like, middle class among immigrants in the aggregate. There's, like, obviously a lot of poverty amongst immigrants as well, but I would not be shocked. But the point is like, either way, the narrative that, like, the immigrants are coming over to, like, the US and just killing a bunch of citizens is just fucking, like, not accurate. Like, or, like, there's no statistical, like, leg upon which to stand, which is why they try and stand on the anecdotal evidence, which is, like, when a news channel starts covering a murder or some random shit like that, I just change the channel, because it's just anecdotal and it's just, like, spicy, and it's not actually, like, informative or news. And, like, car chase, just, anytime there's, like, a murder trial being covered, or, because those can always get, like, popular, and, like, this type of stuff, it's just, like, the statistics are, like, what matters. People commit crimes locally, which accidentally hits their community, yeah. That's how you train the brain, overwhelmed with multiple inputs, sink or swim, buddy. I don't think you learn faster when you're distracted. I don't think the evidence supports this. Also, sink or swim is different than... Overwhelming by having multiple things is different than overwhelming by, like, degree of difficulty and challenging yourself. Yeah. I thought you were gonna say some spicy drama on a Canadian. No, just fuck Kevin O'Leary. That guy is like an absolute tool bag. Uniting HRE? Probably eventually, but we just kind of want to form Prussia and do Prussia content stuff. But right now we need to conquer the Teutonic Order. The Teutonic Orders join the HRE, and unfortunately we're not Emperor yet. And until we are Emperor, we can't start fights in the HRE. So this really puts a very significant damper on things. O'Leary's such a piece of shit. I'm sorry he's from there. Yep, I blame Canada for that. He's like he's like he doesn't, he like deflects in such a in such a disingenuous way that's just like so annoying in like conversations. And he like gets on these channels, and then he also like is a fucking Canadian, and he complains about stuff as if he's like an American, you know what I mean? And like, I don't know, like CNN does this like roundtable type thing where they invite on like conservatives and Democrats, which I like, but a lot of the conservatives they get are like just like absolute tool bags, and Kevin O'Leary is one of them. There's this also other guy that just has the smuggest, most annoying look on his face the entire time. And this is like, it's like, they're not sending us their best, let's say, like, because there's like a lot of conservatives that can actually like make a point and defend like their position and like this type of stuff. And like, this guy was like ostracized from like, he had a career in politics, and then he did some stupid stuff with emails, like being unsecured, and then he became like kind of a pariah, and people just don't like him. But he's on, and then they get people like Kevin O'Leary, and it's like, okay. Like, Kevin O'Leary, all he does is just deflect and be like popular on TV and say, I'll give you a licensing deal, like, I want a royalty, like... Canadians using metric and imperial is outrageous. I agree. They should do one or the other. I'm not a fan of this fence sitting. What's wild is they don't even mix and match, just like, okay, we do measuring length of things imperial, and we do measuring volume like metric or whatever. They will, like, for different types of things, use metric or imperial. So they know it for both length and volume. But they'll do, like, height in imperial, and then they'll do, like, how long you run in metric. And it's like, okay. Not that it's hard to, like, know metric if you already know imperial. It's probably harder to do the reverse, because the other is not intuitive. Have pity and, make Hamburger your capital. Berlin feels meh. Wasn't Berlin like the capital of Prussia? British also mixed measurements. Don't even get me started on the British. The British are worse. They're using like stone or whatever. Stone is just like wild. Yeah, Republicans love blaming crime on immigrants. They do. And then they'll cite like one anecdote. And then you're just like, well... do you know what the crime rate is for immigrants? And they're like, no. And then you're like, do you know that it's actually lower than the base rate? And then they're like, well, I know of this case. And you're just like, okay. What about Jordan Peterson? Do you like him? I find Jordan Peterson way more tolerable than Kevin O'Leary. I wouldn't say I like Jordan Peterson, though. I think Jordan Peterson kind of got conditioned by his audience. Jordan Peterson, like, earlier on in his career, I think was much more principled. I think after he had his, like, health issues associated with his addiction to, like, was it, like, benzos or something? He kind of emerged on the other side of that, like, a little bit less, a little bit more disingenuous. But I think that also... He is an example of someone who is conditioned by his audience. Because I think he was a little bit more information-oriented. I think he was, like, always conservative, though. I think he also, like, kind of maybe referenced a narrow spectrum of books a little bit in my mind as an academic. Like, everything is, like, footnotes to Gulag Archipelago. And then, like, he references, like, for me, like, one of the points where I was like, with Jordan Peterson was when he, like, he talks all the time about, Marxism. Okay? And, like, postmodern Marxism and this type of stuff. And I honestly am not, as caught up on the labels so as to be able to have a robust, like, conversation on this type of thing. Because I'm just not. I have been more informed in the past, but I can't remember a lot of this shit. But when he was like, he didn't even read the manifesto, dog. Or he, like, read it for the first time before his debate with, like, someone, and it's like, I think it was with Slavoj Žižek. And it's like, if you're gonna critique something, you should, like, understand it. And, like, the manifesto is, like, 20 pages. You know, it is very easy to be a capitalist and read the manifesto and understand what you're critiquing a bit better. Now, to be fair, that's like classical Marxism, not like postmodern, like Marxist type stuff. But like, I also get the impression that he doesn't understand what he's like critiquing entirely as it relates to that stuff. Having studied Marxism myself, which again, I don't feel comfortable unpacking in like an academic way because it's been a while since I was in those streets. I like am in agreement I'm in agreement with like a lot of Marxist critiques of capitalism specifically. I don't like the application of the Hegelian dialectic writ large to every axis of repression as a like means of analyzing the world like universally, which I think they do, and I think that's problematic. But I also think, circling back to the economics portion of it, that despite like Marxist critiques of capitalism, that like that doesn't necessarily make communism better than capitalism. It just means like distributing resources in a fair way kind of sucks balls. The situation in the US is not as severe as the UK, bro. I don't know enough about the UK's situation to... Yeah. Jordan Peterson is a political grifter that got lost in the sauce and went psychotic, but the cleaning your room advice is not bad. Yeah, no, the cleaning your room advice is great. I need to fucking clean my room. Kevin, or the Canadians don't want Kevin O'Leary. Ask Elon to send him to Mars. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, South Africa can have Elon back while we're at it. Speaking of deporting immigrants, right? Technically, I think he violated his immigration status anyways, but, like, I also just kind of believe in freedom of movement. Königsberg was the capital of Prussia? Okay. Berlin was the capital of Brandenburg, which was ruled by the king in the Duchy of Prussia, not in the Kingdom of Prussia. Got it. Not the king of Prussia, but the king in Prussia. Not the king of Prussia, but the king in Prussia. Got it, got it. Gunfire outside the White House 30 minutes ago? Wild. How outside the White House are we talking? Because last time I saw something XYZ outside the White House, it was like a mile away, or like a suspected shooter or something, and it was like over a mile away. It's like, I don't think you're making that shot, dog. Maybe you know something I don't, but I have a sneaking suspicion that that's not the shot for you. Ah, they're allied with Brabant now. No! We loved the world where they were allied with Magdeburg. Maybe we could just wait. I mean, we could also just annex Denmark. That's probably fine. Yes! Yes! We're Emperor. 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 Now we can declare the wars. Emperor. Emperor. Spy network time. Demand unlawful territory. I don't think that's gonna work. I think we'll sit on that one for now. Let's put in let's actually recruit a couple of these guys. Oh my god, I am like so lost inside my own head where I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to recruit new cabinet members, Jesus. This guy's got a... Oh, we do like 5% building cost. We're gonna find another one. If they roll positive and they're... 25% pop conversion speed. So much conversion speed, man. Where's the other guy we rolled? I know he was a commoner. Okay. 5% build cost is such a big bonus, dog. Oh, we probably should have been using Diplo endeavors. Okay, we are. Arcade is next in line. I forget if he has to be of age. Gotta let the game run while soapboxing or we'll never see you become emperor. Yeah. Big true. Just trying to also catch up on, stay caught up in chat. But then I feel like I'm missing something. It just makes me play the game more. The oppression, brain rot ruined everything. If you want to understand Marxism, you should really read Capital. Manifesto is just slogans. Sure, but the Capital is fucking long. Capital's in 2 volumes. Like, Capital's a long-ass fucking book. I'm saying, like, as a minimum type thing, yeah, you should read the Capital. I think it's the applications of evolutionary biology to the institution of religion. Peterson misrepresents the labels all the time. His misrepresentation of Marxism was not completely egregious, but it was definitely there. I mean, there was a non-zero amount of critiques he made about, like, Marxism that I agreed with. But I don't think he really understood what he was talking about. Which is, I think you should be dynamic enough to be able to process the world through something other than just, like, dialectical models of oppression. Simultaneously, I think you should be able to process the notion of, like, a dialectic of oppression. Like, it's just that, like, you do not want to universalize the tool. It would be great if Carthage took this Hannibal guy back, basically. Yeah. The actual unruly problematic immigrant. Shout out to Hannibal Barca. Let's upgrade this one as well now. Once these things get city rights, we'll also be able to give them the extra throughput or output on their associated industries. As an agnostic scientist, it was the closest thing I've seen to a decent argument pro-religion. You're not making the show with that attitude? Pro thinks he's the jackal. I don't even know what I said in there. Have you seen Shooter with Mark Wahlberg? You definitely hit a 1 mile shot. at like a building that like you can't even see the person from the outside. I mean, I guess. You get the imperial reforms going? Okay. I'm not sure we can push this through. Okay, we don't have enough authority anyways. Oh. I guess we have to fight the idiots outside the HRE. Not all the idiots. Hey, thank you for the 50 sec. Have you considered making some of the podcast episodes? I really enjoyed the pre-release ones. I have thought about it. I thought about doing a state of the game with Lime and Cake. I honestly am just like very frustrated with like the discourse. No, this is on my radar. Yeah. You should play the Persia region. It's hella gritty. I have played the Persia region. I have you can look up my I did a stream run of starting as Ormuz and then eventually flipping to Armenian culture, but forming Kurdistan and then Persia, and doing it in that order for like more bonuses. Evolutionary biology is a great framework to analyze human behavior. I agree, but also you can't like universally use that as a methodology, or it makes you into like a psychopath if you do. 2 National Guard personnel were injured in the shooting. Interesting. I mean, that doesn't necessarily narrow it down to how outside the White House it is, because like there's National Guard like operating in like a police capacity there. What's market macros look like? Here's the markets. Brandenburg's kind of a small market. Is the biz plus prosperity plus pop growth right as busted as it seems? Those 2 things are very good. I don't know exactly. I can't remember off the top of my head what the modifier is. James McAvoy could make that shot. Hey, there we go. Let's go. You start reclaiming territory. France, what a surprise. Yeah. I don't think we can fight France right now. Our eco's like starting to spin up. And like, I think once the eco spins up a little bit more, we'll kind of get there. But in the meantime, we could eat Volgast and Teutonic Order. Almost certainly this run is just hyper scuffed from the perspective of we shouldn't have gone with the Wittelsbach. We should have been Emperor way earlier, and we should have been expanding way more earlier. And so now there's some kind of relatively entrenched powers. Make a State of Discourse podcast too. That's kind of like almost what I wanted to discuss with Lemon. Is like, or to some extent, discussing not just the state of the game, but like how the community talks about it. Playing as Florence and found that no one needs my goods-based RGO, fine cloth. They got the same price in every European market. Traders are just trading random stuff. Yeah. Well, you could just make more of it, push the price down, and then trade at that margin. Is kind of the thing. But if other players are, if the AI played more competently, there'd be a lot less to be gained from trade. And to some extent, that's something that urban rights helps to alleviate, is to allow for specialization. That's a poor example because that's actually not specialized, but in here I think we have textile rights. So this allows us to push the price of these things down, which can allow us to dump it. The thing is, everyone else can do these urban rights too. Did you manually switch the capital to Berlin, or did you wait for the event to fire? I forget. I think we got an event, but I think it was not the event, but rather it was just our ruler dying and the fact we have itinerant court. Shots fired at the corner of 17th and Pennsylvania, which is outside the White House complex. That is outside. They left a manifesto behind with the one word inscribed, ballroom. I also don't think it's impossible for this administration to do a false flag. Like, or even, like, implausible. Not saying that I think it is. I just, like, think that you have to be, like, skeptical about it. But, like, his ballroom just got, the attempt to move it through reconciliation just got, basically pulled on a technicality because the appropriate subcommittee or a subcommittee that had jurisdiction was not giving the appropriate channels or whatever, so they were able to, through a technicality, basically pull it from the attempts to push it through reconciliation. And so Trump doesn't get what he gets once, and then immediately afterwards there's like, you know what I mean? Like, Trump never goes to a White House Correspondents' Dinner. Or not. Yeah. And then the first time he goes, there's like an assassination attempt. The thing is, it's very like conspiratorial because it would require a conspiracy. And, yeah, I don't think a false flag is impossible. I'm not saying that that's what I think it is, but I also don't know. Sorry to bother, something off topic. My Iron Man save crashes March 19th. Is something 16 something? Can't get past it. Have I run into that? That's something that happens occasionally with all Paradox games. That, like, save files can get bricked because you just always crash on the same date. Sucks that is Iron Man. It's one of the reasons I don't like playing Iron Man. Do you know what would stop me from inheriting my 100 loyalty pronia with no heir showing in the same country stage? Currently save scumming? I do not. I haven't examined that mechanic that closely. Reverse stolen valor, basically. I mean, like, he was doing bad in the polls against Kamala before the assassination attempt. And that really, like, turned everything around. And, like, photo op and etc. And, like, like, the fact that Trump, like, doesn't bitch about people going after him in public, is, like, kind of weird to me. He doesn't complain about the assassination attempts. And I feel like, from a personality perspective, that seems wildly inconsistent. Like, he doesn't, like, drop "they tried to kill me," like, every 5 seconds. I don't think a one-word document could be called a manifesto. You can if you just like label it underneath, this is my manifesto. You should bring someone that dislikes the state of the game and someone likes it and have them fight it out. I like feel like some kind of way about like the discourse, to the extent that I don't know if I can be that impartial a facilitator. Trump lied? Never. Not plausible. Not plausible. Fake news. Yeah. Conspiracy is a conspiracy until it's proven real. No, it's still a conspiracy. A conspiracy just means you are colluding to keep the information secret, right? Not all conspiracy... Like, okay, there are conspiracy theories, and then there are conspiracies. And, like, a conspiracy theory is that you are theorizing that there is a conspiracy. But a conspiracy is, like, just an actual thing. Like, I also think it would not be insane if, like, a blue state got attacked in a false flag either. And the idea is to blame it on Iran. Specifically California. Like, if Iran attacks California, like, I don't know if I'm buying it. First time having my save bricked? Yeah, you live and you learn. I mean, the leader dies, there's no one in line to inherit, and a random ruler inherits. As far as I can tell, no relation. But, like, I'm not, I don't have the, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Regarding, like, the Trump thing, it's like, I don't have the information. I'm willing to suspend judgment on that one. I'm not asserting that I think it was a false flag, because I really don't fucking know. Just like, and also, people who think that there's just been, like, a suspiciously large amount of assassination attempts, there were a ton on Obama. They just didn't get, like, media coverage. Correspondence dinner, there was a video that arose of a shooter going into a room in the White House with no gun while talking to an officer with a guard dog who was alerting. Then the officer walks away, the shooter runs out with a gun the size of his torso. Generally no explanation other than false flag for that one, Lamau. I'd have to see this. And then, like, check the source. But if that is legit and on the level, that's fucking crazy, and I am shocked I haven't seen it. But news media fucking blows these days, so... And then, like, you can, I don't know, use, like, Reddit for news, but Reddit kind of fucking blows, too. Soon we will have our CB against Volgast. We can't eat too much of these guys at the one time, though. Otherwise, we'll piss off everyone in the HRE. We have the vote by a pretty big margin, though. Reddit does kind of fucking blow. Yeah, it's just massively echo chambery. And like, people have really heavy-handed bias towards sensationalism. That's true in other places too, but with journalists with journalistic integrity that actually like vet their sources, that's like the best way to find information. The problem is now like all the journalist stuff is actually just op-ed, and like it all fucking blows. Like, getting information's, like, fucking annoying, because you have to spend a lot of time doing it, or you just have to be like, well, I think I trust this source, and then, like, shrug your shoulders. We'll do textile rights and then auto-expand the other stuff. People usually have their eyes glaze over when you bring up evolutionary biology. That's crazy. I always think it's, like, interesting. Whereas usually people are somewhat interested. I don't know. I think it's, you don't want to, like, process things mostly through that as, like, a lens. Because it makes you jaded. I just use Reddit to read EU5 drama? Yeah, bro. People are so fucking mad. We could read some of that. People are so upset. They act like Johan killed their firstborn child. Johan's also the only dev that gets called out, like, by name. Which is like... There's like other people on the dev team. I'm not gonna, like, yeah. I know, it just, like, people just, like, want someone to blame for, like, their gaming experience not being exactly what they want it to be, but, like, I also think people also just want to, like, complain about stuff. I don't know, like, when there was, like... When, like, there's, within, like, 5 hours of release, there's, like, a complaint on Reddit, for example, like, where someone's like, oh, this game is so bare bones. I'm not saying that there was something like this, but this is just, like, the type of thing that, like, you get from Reddit, and you just, like, tilt your head, and you're like, the game's been out for 5 hours, so... If you're complaining that there's nothing in the game, that's just, like, you just want to complain about something, right? And you're just making a post to do that. According to Reddit, EU5 is the worst game ever and gets worse with every patch, yeah. They should train a monkey to... Yeah. We'll do that. And then we'll do that. No. We didn't get our dough. React stream. Just react to, like, the Reddit drama. I could never get into Reddit's internet subculture, it's just so darky. You could fit it into cylinder, but then it might get trapped in a cylinder. It's imperative the cylinder doesn't get damaged. You should post name dropping other devs to balance it out. Yeah, no, I thought about it a sec, and then like even with like the information being public, it's like I actually don't want to fucking go down that road. That seems like stupid because I also don't think people should be mad at the other devs either. So I just like fucking I stopped myself. I was gonna start like talking about it, and then I was like, you know what, this is just like this is idiotic. Like this is not like the type of discourse I want to be having. Like even if I think it's like not wrong, it's like. And also, like, I have to be careful, because, like, things that I learn about devs in NDA context, I'm, like, not allowed to, like, talk about, basically. Or it's, like, if it's about devs and it relates to, like, the internals, and, like, it could be perceived, like, negatively or something like this, I actually am, like, not allowed to talk about it, and they have a really vague and open-ended fucking NDA, which I don't like, but I'm pretty sure that everyone is just gonna have like an NDA of that quality. Get another enforce on. Let's see how these guys have actually assimilated. Not very much, but Danish is starting to turn. I think people are way too harsh. This is my opinion too. Like, even if, fundamentally, like, a lot of the things that they are complaining about, I agree with their evaluation. Like, just like the way that they're complaining is just crazy to me. Okay. I don't know. I also feel like I've literally had the discussion about this like the last like 6 streams. I'm also like, and I'm not the one who brings it up, and like I just don't know what to do. Actually, I think this stream I brought it up the first time, but Johan is not a dev. He is the face and leader of the operation. Blaming him is 100% justified. The issue, the stuff they blame him for is another issue. Yeah, I'm not gonna back that conversation. They should go back to release EU4 and see how they feel. This is also maybe we'll do that as a stream. We'll play some fucking 1.0 EU4. Cylinder meme mentioned. It's imperative that the meme is not removed. The meme must remain intact. You're being debated by chat? Yeah, maybe. I feel like my chat is generally not very toxic. Their arrival is probably worth it for us to send them money. These guys it might also be worth. Shoot. I think we'll go after Volgas first. A lot of content creators bring being so doomy influences a decent amount of people's opinions. Like, who's super doomy? I don't even know who's doomy. I feel like having someone counter the viewpoint by showing what improved would help the overall discourse. Yeah, I mean, I could maybe try and do like 10 things EU5's improved. I do think that the pace of improvement is slow, but like I also think the game is improving. Way more custom events. Most countries feel bland. I think that the countries feel more bland than they did on release because people are comparing their like release experience where everything felt novel, and then like it's not a fair comparison. Like after my first playthrough, I can only complain about performance and hourly ticks. It seems stupid, as if EU5. Well, so hourly ticks made a lot of sense with the battle system when battles were like a day or 2 days, but now battles are super fucking long, so I feel like you don't need hourly ticks. We need to increase the toxicity chat. Come on, we could do it together. That sounds cooperative. I think you're doing it wrong. That sounds like an attempt at a collaborative effort. EU4 1.0 would be fun for about 20 minutes. I know a friend who tried to get into it without the DLC, and like he tried to play the tutorial. The tutorial's like literally like the tutorial from release. It's like incoherent. Like you can't like actually do the tutorial. Not that it fucking matters now, but like they just like never update the tutorial in these games ever. So it's like literally only relevant on release. And to be fair, it's very relevant on release, but it's like in relation to performance optimization, I think for being out 6 months the way it is worthy of criticism. Well, often when you introduce a new system, you can like introduce like lag. The performance was better on release than it is now. It was like the latest patch it actually just got worse. Or I think it was better on release. I would have to ask someone who tracks that stuff a little bit closer than myself. The guy who used to stream Total War, another game that devs bricked to some extent along with other issues. Which there's a couple guys. Was it Andy or was it there's like two Total War crossover guys, Andy and another guy. Andy I think mostly plays Vic 3 though. That was always being baited by his chat and going off on these hour-long rants about how the game is bad and the devs don't talk to the community stuff, which wasn't wrong, but it was doing every stream got tiring. Yeah, I mean, I'm like honestly like tired of having the conversation, but I feel like that I have to like interject and like let people know that like I don't think the game is like fucking. I don't think the devs murdered people's firstborn child. I'm afraid performance is not going to drastically improve. I think performance tends to be like, with Vic 3 it was like, for like 6 patches in a row, performance was getting worse every patch, and then it like got way better. Like way better. So Vic 3 was like a wild experience because it was constant, like, game slower, and then game is faster than it's ever been ever at any point in time. Like, Legend of Total War, okay. Yeah. Performance this patch is rough, but the next patch will have improvements. Yeah, we hope. It could just get slower. I mean, like, yeah. Going back to the Who Lies poll, the real question is who does generalists think lies most? Oh, let's end the poll. Oh, the YouTuber said they lied on their vote. Twitchers didn't say that. I guess the YouTubers are the liars. Yeah, Legend of Total War also plays... I don't know how much content he does, actually, for EU5. As far as I know, he plays it a little bit. Probably not that much. We are converting everything to Brandenburgish, which is nice. Shall I tell the story of Stellaris 2.0 performance? I imagine it was non-linear. Yeah, performance improvements are not going to be, like, linear in general, I think. Did we not... Didn't we... Where's our Destroyer rival, CB? Isn't performance the main 1.3 focus? I don't think so. But I think after 1.2 getting slower by a big margin that's going to be something they want to address. That was wild, wasn't it? The big trade patch? Trying to remember. I did my teaser on it. My teaser, I just showed the game playing. I was like, bros, this is so fucking fast. It was Spheres of Influence. It wasn't the trade patch. It was Spheres. Because I remembered having my sphere in the background. But the Spheres of Influence, like, the game just got massively faster. I don't think it's ever been slower than it was the patch before Spheres. But it was a major patch that added a bunch of stuff, and then it got, like, way faster as well. Stellaris patch is vastly faster this patch than any time since 2.0. Yeah. He quit streaming this year, so we won't know. Womp womp. Legend of Total War. I think he's made videos complaining about the game, though. Like... To my knowledge, I don't think I've made videos where I'm specifically ripping on, like, anything. I mean, there's definitely mechanics that I've critiqued. I generally try not to criticize something unless I have a better suggestion. I think that's just, like, kind of silly. I guess we'll go for the iron output. Do we have bog iron smelters? But yeah, I mean, I think to some extent, I actually think the pace of play is maybe a little bit slow because those bog iron smelters kind of don't make shit right now, but the PM for it is like super ass. It's like basically break even. So once we have plus 75% output, it's actually going to go hard. You like Paradox games more than Total War games eventually, though. CK3 impressed me after the Asia update. Performance didn't even change for me. That's interesting. I miss not having wood, iron, or tools. Those were the glory days. I mean, that's just because the eco is way faster now. Or, like, the rate at which market value increases is way faster. Like, a lot of the eco is, like, your estates and, like, not really yours. Cold market's so fucking caked up, though. I feel like they changed how this calculation worked. Why is the clones market attraction 85%? Why is it so fucking high? City walls. Oh, it's the city walls. And the city walls is the new one. I think Trade Hub is not new. They just happen to have it. Because we've seen some of this where it's like, brother, I think in general we don't mind additional market access out of the capital. Do we have access to city walls? Yeah. I'm not sure. Oh, well, there's no point there because Brandenburg's. Oh, wait, no, we are on Brandenburg. I don't think we've built an entry po here, though, yet. Or. We have. We'd like to have a little bit more people in our market, I think. Because we can pull their migration. Market exit map point is a little bit interesting too. Nuremberg market looks wild as hell. Brother, could I have some provinces? Basically. I just still think the other day when Constantinople market attraction was really high, did they increase the bonus from man buildings? I think they fiddled around with some stuff, but also city rights, 10%'s a lot. The bonus to upstream river, upstream provinces on rivers, yeah. So this should have. I think it's upstream. Did they change it? I mean, I want them to change it. I remember it being in the. Yeah, so being upstream is good because you get this 50% bonus, which is not really realistic, but Brandenburg's kind of in an okay location, river-wise, though, for giving access. Is there a place where I can go to get your map shortcuts? Yeah, in the link, or in the description below, there should be a link to the Discord. In the Discord, it's in the pinned comments in the general section, the files. And you will have full access to all the hotkeys. You have to put both the files in your, like, documents folder, or, like, the Paradox folder in your documents folder, which sometimes, because fuck OneDrive, is hidden behind OneDrive. For some people. People who accidentally clicked the wrong button once and were cursed with the OneDrive. Do you think most people going back to EU4 is just a skill issue? I think that this always happens with sequels. It didn't happen with Victoria 3 because... God. It didn't happen with Victoria 3 because they were so far from the support of Victoria 3. Like, it had been over a decade since the latest release. But I think that this is just like... People always like the old version. or there's always going to be a segment of the population that like the old version better, and part of it is like it takes some time to get familiarity with the new systems, but also if you just want to buzzsaw through and do some conquest stuff, it's also like a lot more straightforward. And like it's less about systems understanding and more about button clicking. Like you want more dev, you click the button and you increase the dev, right? And so like I think that it's a much different vibe. Like I am and was excited about EU5 to the extent that it's like systems oriented. I like stopped playing EU4. And like it's not like I did like zero EU4 play, like it's not like I did like zero playing of EU4. Like I did a one tag, one faith run back when they were like hard. Back in my day, we didn't get free. Yeah, like I did it like considerably before Leviathan, because Leviathan was the last patch I played, unless I'm misremembering. But Leviathan was actually like kind of an important, in terms of like thinking about discourse, Leviathan is an important patch for me because we can just damage it later. Because Leviathan, Leviathan was... I don't remember if I bought Leviathan or I just read the reviews. I think I just read the reviews, and it seemed so fucking awful, like what happened with Leviathan, that I just actually hard stopped playing EU4 and never bought another DLC after buying like, I think like 80% of the DLC. So I think about this sometimes when I think about patch rollout being important. You guys who are still here, like weeks after the patch has been rolled out and still demonstrating an interest in the game and playing a game, you are not part of the subset of people who like play the game just on release or play the patch just on release. Like having the rollout of the patch being smooth is actually really important for an enormous amount of players that just aren't in the community all the time. They just show up for patch week. And when the patch sucks, like sometimes those people just stop playing the game entirely. And like and this is part of why, like, I know someone was disagreeing with me, why I think, like, the rollout for, like, Vic 3's patch was worse than EU5's, just because the rollout was worse. And that's, like, pretty substantive, even if the, like, substance of the patch is better and they fix it eventually. And this is also why saying, okay, they fix it, like, in a couple of weeks, it's like, they might fix it in a couple of weeks, but you also run the risk of just, like, alienating, you know, a big segment. Phrasing? Yeah, basically. Didn't happen with Hearts of Iron 4 and Crusader Kings, though. I mean, when was the last Hearts of Iron 3 DLC was so far removed from Hearts of Iron 4? I can't remember CK, though. That might have been a little bit closer. There was a post on Reddit that said they didn't like how EU5 is progressing and can't go back to EU4 because the new stuff EU5 brought to the game. Yeah, like, I don't know. So you mean you like the game better, is what you're saying, right? And then... It was like, no, EU4 was better. It was like, what? I was having more fun. That might be true. The moment Anbanar comes to EU5, I don't think I'll ever go back. EU4 still looks pretty good. CK2 and Victoria are a bit rougher to look at their sequels, yeah. I just stopped because of performance. Fair. Like, one thing I do think is, like, a bit rough is, like, how long it takes to get to, like, different phases of the game. Let's make this a book place. Do that with that. Let's do it with paper. Sorry, Papel. Where's our Papel workshop? There it is. And then let's upgrade this. We'll get a bigger market here. Develop the interior. Man, one thing I don't like about the auto-expand mod is, like, I do miss the big fat dopamine rushes from deving the interior after, like, sitting on, like, a massive amount of eco and then spending down, like, 10 months worth of eco in 1 month for, like, the fat dopamine drip. I do miss that a little bit. That actually was some feels good. Feels good, man. I think we'll look to pass this, though. I should have clicked the buttons first. I keep doing that. Like, it's so loose to, like, not check whether or not you're gonna get to the point you want to before starting to click all the buttons. I stopped playing CK3 after a year. I couldn't go back to CK2 either, but it got me to try Stellaris and Vic3 when it came out, so net positive. In your case, yeah. I mean, the people who attrition completely off of Paradox games are not represented in the chat, I don't think. It's kind of me with the new patches. I'm mainly waiting for the whole balance to settle, but I just like learning what's good and then coming back to the game 2 months later, and everything is different. Yeah, I think that the pacing of the updates is actually really bad for that segment of players because the patches aren't enormous and they're super frequent, which is really good for the person who's playing on a constant basis, but it's really bad for the person who just wants to come back for the patches. It's the hourly ticks, I'm telling you. The hourly ticks don't take that much performance, but also they're unnecessary at this point. Like, you can see, like, our game's basically just ignoring the hourly tick. But, like, the point of the hourly tick was to be able to make combat happen in, like, within a 2-day time period, and that now they don't want to do that. Because people didn't like it. A lot of the content creators didn't like it. To be fair, combat was, like, bewildering. But, like, maybe it should be a little bewildering. Because, like, basically, by the second you get contact, like, the battle's over. But that's, like, welcome to the real world, bish. Why is there a yellow booger hanging down into Brandenburg? Ask us in a little bit when this war's over. Do we have the war yet? No, we don't have this yet. That is because we, Volgast. I really enjoy Realms in Exile. I can't look at vanilla anymore. I think a lot of the people see the systems as flawed because they don't generate an AI, which reflects an analogous to history. But history is largely a contingent effect rather than a structured one. Well, I mean, that's a philosophical question that people are going to disagree with. Or have disagreements on. You think they will add a history flavor for free, or it'll be more DLCs? I think it'll generally be DLC locked, because they have to put something behind the DLC, right? Although there are going to be some free patches, you have to put something in the DLC. And if you want the core mechanics to be free, which I think they do, then you have to lock some of it behind DLC, so... I was watching a campaign of the release, first 200 years. It feels like there's almost no advice other than build books applies to now. Well, control being important. Control's still really important. You still want all your Crown Power characters doing stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's the same, but, like... Yeah, the hyper... Making tutorials for this game kind of, like, is... frustrating, because... well, I also think... I think that the devs, to some extent, watch when I make a tutorial, and then if I say something's good, they just nerf it. And it's, like, frustrating, because there's, like, not very much longevity on tutorials. In my save game, India is 90% cities. Is that a good mechanic? I think it's busted. I agree. The simulation for urbanization... The simulation for urbanization is, like, an arcadey click-up type thing. I agree. I think that you could do this better. I also think, like, it's fine. Or it's, like, it doesn't make the game, like, unplayable. It just makes the game, like, you're clicking on the thing. Like, you're engaging in the system in this way. and a lot of your choices are going to be informed by it, but... Holy shit, that's not a lot of pop. We were gonna upgrade it, but... Oh, it's not ready yet. A lot of the releases Paradox does makes me really think that nobody in the offices have heard the phrase, you never get a second first impression. Well, I think a lot of... well, so the thing, the marketing team is, like, sensitive to this type of thing. I think the development teams, like, the people that they interact with, they do not interact with the, like, 1 week warriors type of people very much, I don't think. I think that their understanding of that might be underrepresented. But I also don't know, the marketing team, to some degree, I think has to, like, send out memos to, like, development teams regarding this type of thing. Why no Magdeburg yet? We just got the ability to declare wars in the HRE because we just got to being emperor. I think we're gonna do one war and then probably call it a stream because we've been going a little bit longer than we've actually been going a little bit longer than I wanted to. I might even want to take a nap. I only slept for 3 hours. This is, like, kind of a little bit rough. It's gonna be 500 for the whole game with all DLCs. Yeah, I mean, the amount of people who purchase this game is not like a AAA studio. It's not like Battlefield, okay? And the development team is, it's a double-digit amount of people. If you want to employ 25 people, for, 12 years, you have to generate revenue, right? Over the course of those 12 years. So I think if you want a game that is not just released and then, hey baby, we're gone, type of thing, then, like, they have to generate revenue somehow, and it's like, how would you like them to generate it? Because it sounds like you're objecting to them charging money for DLCs, which is, okay, fair enough. It's not like they're releasing a game, doing no updates to it, and charging you a subscription fee on the game, right? Like, where you are paying continuous upkeep amount, and there's no additional content or anything like this. Problem was with nerfs, they aren't replacing content with something else. Russia is just less fun now, same with everything else that's been nerfed. I think that, I don't think power level necessarily equates to funness. I actually didn't, really like Russia, because I thought that I didn't like playing I did not enjoy stacking so much proximity cost reduction that everywhere would get free. I actually, thought that was annoying, that it was possible. I had a different experience with the game. I agree that Russia's been nerfed. 100% agree there. But I disagree that, that nerf made the game less fun. I mean, that's one thing I like about Paradox. They don't cater to new players. They embrace their hardcore community. I think that they have to do it to some extent, but there's levels to this. Right? There is, there's some of you in chat who have between 0 and 200 hours. There's some between 2 and 500 hours. There's some between 500 and 1,000, and then there's 1,000 plus. There's people who comment on the forums. There's people who There's actually, I think the majority of people in chat don't even comment in chat. They just watch and do their thing. Like, chat is actually not a representative sample of chat. It's just the people from chat who are interested in typing. When I watch streams, I almost never, like, type, unless it's, like, someone I know or something like this. And then I, like, probably make fun of them, because... which I shouldn't do, because I'm, like, on the other end of, like, the thing, so I know, like, in a context where you're in front of people and you're streaming, it's, like, definitely easier to be, like, more insecure about stuff, but I also think I don't... Like, with other streamers, I'll give them a hard time about, like, XYZ thing, but it's all in, like, a good-natured perspective. Maybe I should just generally be more positive. I probably should. I say that, but I'm still buying it anyway. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't think it's an issue. You know, I almost said one country. One thing where I think that it's quite a bit interesting in terms of how they generate revenue is Path of Exile. Path of Exile generates almost all their money through MTX. So they sell skins, basically. They also sell, like, inventory space, and people might have mixed feelings about that, but, okay, they, for the most part, they sell, oh, this war is gonna be such a pain in the ass. We might actually finish up before this war. And, like, next episode we'll be poised to do this, because I forgot the AI just, like, infinite recruits. This won't be a straightforward war, because the AI is going to hire a bunch of mercs. We have to play around stack wipes, and it's not, like, a face roll type war. But I'll catch up on chat, and then I think we'll call it. What was the point I was making? I forget. Once there's that many DLC, they generally release a subscription alternative, yeah. Which I think is going to be fine. There aren't even 3 digits with the game? How? Yeah, no, there's not. The studio's not over 100 people. Like, and maybe they need to communicate this, but the studio's not fucking enormous, man. Like, Paradox in its entirety is, like, pretty big, but, like, for the individual games, all the games are under 100 people. I think cities have more pop growth than rural locations, is that true? Yeah, once you do the city rights and the granaries and this type of stuff. Historically, cities had more diseases and crime. Cities had to import peasants from rural locations because the death rate was way bigger. I think nerfing cities' pop growth would be a major upgrade to counter the city spam meta. In the beginning, in the long time ago, it was better, but they both buffed food in terms of granaries. You have to have a city to get a granary, and then now we have something that buffs it more. So the times have changed. But now, like, we look at the urban area, 0.9% pop growth, and the 0.79 is pretty high too. We're actually getting super high pop growth here. But you can see it's highest, or we have gained the most population in an area in the province which is entirely urbanized. And so, yeah, I mean, maybe even it's just turbo with the new. I mean, I feel that this is probably the best urban rights because it gives you like so much pop growth. Want to try a Golden Horde for a second playthrough? Hopefully it has content. I don't think it really has much content. It's not about power level, but the content was designed for proc stacking. If they decide that it's bad, it needs to be designed to get something else going on. To be clear, Russia still has, like, some of the... I think Russia still has the most procs bonuses. So in terms of getting as much procs to as many locations as possible, Russia's still bad. The one gimmick is gone, and now no new gimmick exists. Yeah, so if you're trying to make a game that is more simulation-oriented... gimmicks are like generally not simulating reality. So this is a fundamental design philosophy thing where you can have a stylized game or you can have a simulationist game, but you can't necessarily have both. Confirmed toxic general. Big true. Chat is not representative of chat. It's not. I think Volgas will be first. I only chat in small chats. Once it's over 1k viewers, I close chat and second screen the stream. Yeah, because you're not even going to get read. Path of Exile is a unicorn in the game. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. I think I was making a comment about Path of Exile. Yeah, Path of Exile has... they only sell skins, and they sell skins for like $500. It's fucking insane. Like, and they're just like, well, people buy them, and we have to generate revenue, and they buy them at this price, so this is what we're going to do. And it's like, holy fuck. I have 10k hours in EU4, and I can say last patch, Paradox made the game very boring. Increased truces, killed vassal swamps, made castle swamp, didn't increase integration, increased antagonism. Yeah, but yes, if all you like to do is conquer, this last patch probably made the game worse for you. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that if you're, to me, it's frustrating that you have to always be at war. Because it's so strong. Like the playing in a relatively peaceful way is just like you're trolling if you're trying to like have a really, really high effective run or this type of thing. Point not found, womp womp. Selling skins in the sole monetization is the most ethical way, but works mostly for multiplayer games. True. Has Generalist seen the sound toll, CB? Yeah, so we have to like fight Denmark and then intentionally lose, and then the revoke the sound toll CB or this type of thing, right? I know that it's super overturned CB. Overtuned. The problem is that cities are an upgrade that you pay a lot of money for, similar to Vic 3. Souls are the most valuable resource, and an upgrade being a trade-off for your most valuable thing. It has some twisted incentive structures. I don't know. I think that maybe if you have unlimited money, maybe you shouldn't make unlimited cities. I think that this doesn't seem like a good simulation, and if the arcade people don't like upgrading everything to cities as well, it's probably just a bad gameplay pattern. It doesn't make anyone happy. Stash tabs are key, but you buy them once and they have them forever. They carry even into PoE too. Yeah, and like, I'm not mad about the amount of hours I've gotten out of Path of Exile too, relative to how much I've spent on stash tabs, because I don't think I've bought any MTX. Is like, I'm super okay with that exchange. You gave up on Path of Exile for good? Yeah, the problem is I just get sucked in and then I play nothing about Path of Exile, and then I don't make enough content, and then I don't make any money, and I like lose momentum and viewership. To some extent, that's kind of happening with Dominions a little bit. I'm really enjoying playing Dominions. I know that Dominions is like not going to be good for content. I've been playing a little bit of it off stream, and for a long time, for like I think over a year, I hadn't played any games just for fun, and now I'm like playing Dominions like just for fun. But like the problem is then I like don't want to make my regular stuff, and people just it's like a job. It's like a job in a weird sort of way, because it's like never off. Like, I don't know. Like the way I have to filter my game selection through like this process of can I make videos for this is like means that I generally I did not. My most played game is Victoria 3. I think my second most played game now is EU5. Like, I did not play video games in this way before making videos for it. I agree, being at war is also kind of boring. Also, like, the war system's not, like, super in-depth. Like, usually, like, whatever you do, like, to do the most efficient thing, like, it's not... While you're at war, you're, like, not actually engaged in, like, interesting decision-making, in my opinion. You're just, like, a very binary, can this stack beat this stack? If you run stack into them or run stack away from them. And, like, and the for all you having different unit types considerations, it's generally, like, really, really straightforward. You just build this unit because this unit's better type thing. And, like, There's no, like, counters. There's no, like, oh, this guy has really strong cavalry to the extent that we actually need to play differently. There's no, like, leveling. There's, like, not really maneuvering. There's, like, am I playing the game too fast and I, like, am I playing speed 7 and I just randomly punt a stack? Or I don't have a pulse, or hands, and so I make a mistake? Or am I playing slow enough that, like, I can't possibly, like, punt against the AI? Money overflowing without any reasonable thing to spend on is already an issue. I agree. Shout out to Doom Wars, funded by infinite merc money. 100%. I'm terrified of this war with Volgast. I have no idea how many mercs there will be. Give South Toll exemption, then revoke it, and as the revoker, for some reason you get the CB? The fuck? Oh, that's so stupid. We're not gonna do that. Just stream all your other games? The thing is, I actually... Dominion super sucks balls for making content for, because the games are played with a 1-day time control. And I can't start releasing them until after the game's over because I don't want to... I need to conceal information. So, like, the Perrine run, which, first episode I think I released yesterday, that's already concluded. Like, 2 months ago is when we started it. What's the pop on the Capitol? Sure. 77,000. My issue with Dominions is I've never played it, so I don't understand it. Yep. How much do you explain the video in the latest video? I explain a little bit more what's going on in the first episode than I would if I knew my audience knew how to play Dominions. But I think it will very quickly become something that is difficult. In the first episode, you can probably follow what's going on. After that, I'm probably going to start using too much terminology to, like, know what's going on without you having played it or something like this. Units are so fast and sieging is so slow. War is the worst balanced part of the game. I don't find the... Yeah, I don't find the grandness of the grand strategy game is, like, what I find interesting. Not the warfare. So I'm not, like, really committed to, like, I need to have wars all the time and be conquering all the time. I'm also just generally, like, a really passive player. Like, naturally. But the biggest reason, like, I just feel guilty for staying at peace because it's so fucking bad in these games. Like, when I'm making content for the game, it's just, like, conquering territory is just so much better than not, and it's so consistent. It's not like, when we attack Volgast, we're not really actually taking, like, any risk, basically. Like, even... This isn't even including, like, save scumming. It's just, like... I'm just, like, overwhelmingly confident we win this, and also, even if we didn't, we could just call Bohemia into the war, because we have favors. Like, I think that you very quickly hit a point where, like, the war outcome in, like, these games is just, like, certain, and so, like... It's, yeah... The warfare system in EU5 kind of breaks down at large scale and becomes a miserable slog. Yes, when you have to control, like, 20 stacks or something like this, it is rough, and then you have control groups and stuff like this. Generalists, I'm a fast player. Also generalists, I'm going to no CB Ottomans on day one. I mean, I am... I don't know if that's correct, even. But I feel like if there's any country that it is correct on, it's, like, a neighbor to the Ottomans. So you can kill them before they make subjects and start rolling through the content and get a bunch of free annexes. It becomes map painting as God intended. God painted the entire earth green. So what you're saying is bully behavior dopamine? I mean, I guess. I think there's a quote that I think about when I think about what grand strategy game players enjoy, and it is Nietzsche quote, which is, joy is the feeling of your power increasing. It's like, it's literally like a line go up thing, but for me, like, you don't have to have painting the map and, like, making your income go up, like, are just two different types of line go up, and, like, I don't care that much which one I do. But, well, actually, I would rather do the eco thing. I love EU5 and see it much like Oblivion and Skyrim as a great template for anyone to mod it to their enjoyment. It cannot satisfy everyone in the base game. No CB Ottomans, it's just so broken even Generalist has to do. I'm not even sure it's correct, because you can make a normal CB on them. But, like, I also think, I think if it is correct, specifically the target of the Ottomans is the best no CB target in the game, because within a few years they get absolutely yoked relative to their, like, starting condition. But painting the map makes your green line go up? Yeah, so this is the issue. I think it shouldn't. Nietzsche was right, Nietzsche was right. Nietzsche was a little bit based. Actually, based is maybe not the best word to describe Nietzsche. Nietzsche was, like, a bit of a chud. Well, he was based, he was a Chad, and he was a chud all at once. Eating your enemies, yeah. Anyways, I think we're going to call it a day for today. I might even take a nap. And we'll see if anyone is... There was a tournament for Age of Empires? I guess it's not ongoing. Let's see who's streaming EU5. See about rating them. I think we'll not rate anyone today. Thank you everyone for coming out. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, feel free to YouTube algorithm stuff. Also, for those of you who don't know, we do have a Discord channel. It's not linked on the Twitch, but it is linked on the YouTube if people wanted to join and talk with other like-minded viewers or semi-like-minded viewers, etc. And other than all that, y'all have a good one. Bye-bye.